January meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. Glad you're here. At this time, Ms. Maxwell, our Executive Director, will read into the record some required language. Ms. Maxwell.
Notice of the January 8th, 2020 meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate website since October 30th, 2019. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, January 3rd, 2020.
Thank you. And if you'll call the roll.
Okay.
For the record.
Yes. Commissioner Joe Begley.
Here.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Here.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Here.
Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here. We have a quorum. Everybody
I think
on?
I was muted.
All right, this time I'm going to ask Commissioner Bobby Wood to lead us in an invocation, and then following that invocation, if you all will stand, he'll lead us also in the pledge to the flag. Mr. Wood.
Bow with me. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today and just be able to represent our great state. We just ask you to watch over everything that we do and guide us in our decisions. But we just especially come to you today just in light of things going on in the world, just ask you to be with our servicemen and servicewomen and just keep them out of harm's way. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next up is to approve today's agenda. The floor is open to make additions, deletions, move that the meeting be canceled, whatever is your pleasure. Ms. Franks.
I'd like to add 3 things to the agenda, and I think they probably can all go under commission discussion.
All right.
One is travel policy. The second thing is the plan for spending the money that we have.
Individually or collectively?
I was just thinking my husband thinks I want to talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
And number 3, unscheduled informal appearances.
Does any commissioner object to Ms. Franks adding those 3 items to the agenda? Unscheduled informal appearances. This sort of reminds me of the categories in Jeopardy. I'm just not exactly sure what the questions are going to be.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Any other? Okay, I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Torbett. Any other additions or deletions before we vote? I hear none. Let's vote. Those in favor of the amended agenda as presented, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Next up is to approve the minutes of our December meeting. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
A motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that the minutes be approved as submitted. Discussion? Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have a couple of informal appearances. Craig Candage, are you here? All right. And Jacqueline Rolkel. Is your broker here yet? Okay. We'll start with Craig. And when your broker shows up, we'll get to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, there's a third informal appearance for Brent Nolan.
That's not until 10 o'clock.
Okay. We're going to hold off
I
on
don't
that.
guess, is Brent Nolan here? Yeah.
Okay.
That's scheduled because he's going to be late arriving.
Yes, they had requested a later time.
Okay. All right. Mr. Candage and Ms. Rolke, how do you say your last name? Rolke, thank you. So this is how this works. We're going to ask you and your broker at the appropriate time to come up, and our law director will swear you both in, you and your broker. At which point, our executive director will give us a brief snapshot of what caused you to have to be here. Following that, we're going to go to the licensed applicant and let that person, in the first case, Craig, tell us in your own words what happened, why it happened, whatever you want us to know about what you've done since it happened, anything that you think would be helpful to us as we try to understand whether you're a good applicant for a license in Tennessee. Following your statement, the commissioners can ask any questions they want. And then following those questions, we'll ask the principal broker to state why he or she thinks you'd be a good fit for their company. And finally, the commissioners then can ask that broker any questions they want to as well. It's not finally. Finally, then we'll vote to see whether or not you've made a convincing case. So that's kind of the setup, how this goes. With that said, if Mr. Candidge and your broker will come to these two chairs right here. Ms. Matlock, attorney for the Department of Commerce and Insurance, will swear you in, so keep standing just for a second. Ms. Matlock. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay, before you, you have applicant Craig Candidge with his principal broker, Christy Blackwell. Mr. Candidge has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. His principal broker has been a broker since 2014, and she was first licensed in 2010. There have not been any disciplinary sanctions, and the firm is Blackwell Realty. A summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is real estate license discipline by Maine Real Estate Commission. A statement and a letter of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
All right, so basically, she didn't tell us anything. All right.
I can explain.
Will you let us know what happened?
Absolutely.
Why you're here?
So I was doing my continuing education credits on McKissick.com. And when I had done them, I had thought that I did all 21 credits that we have to do in a 2-year period. And I had done 14 of the 21. The McKissick had kind of confused me when I went up. It had looked like I had done all 21 of the ones that I had bought, purchased, and done. And I'd done them in different times. So I thought I had finished every single one of them. When I renewed my license. This is about 2.5 months prior to my renewal actually being up. I realized I had only done 14 of the 21 credits. So the next day I had done the rest of the 7 hours and handed them in. I gave them to my designated broker, which would be a principal broker here, for record, just in case I got audited. I had been audited every year that I had to do them by the Maine Real Estate Commission. So I figured it was probably a pretty good chance it would happen again. When I got audited, I turned in all my hours, and they saw that I had only done 14 of the 7 at the time of renewal. Saw that I had done the other 7 hours the day after, but had fined me $800 due to the fact that I did say that I did them all. It was a mistake. I had talked to my designated broker in Maine, and he said, you made a mistake, just pay the fine. So we did that. I did it promptly, and I still had about a month and a half left before my actual renewal, and I had gone through that entire process and done everything. It was an honest mistake. Never happened any other time since I've had my license in the 10-year period, and won't happen again. I keep track of my hours a little bit better now.
So let me interrupt for a second. Ms. Matlock, why is he here today?
So if within the past 10 years an individual has been disciplined by any state, local, or federal occupational licensing board, they'll have to appear before the commission.
All right, and so the discipline was $800 fine?
The discipline was an $800 fine for only having a portion of my credits due of my hours done at the time of renewal.
All right, commissioners, questions? For Mr. Candidge.
So when did you move here from Maine?
I still live in Maine currently. I'm going through this process to make sure that I can get my license for the move.
Okay, so you are moving to Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay.
At this current time, I've done everything I need to for my licensing. I've passed all the testing I need to. I just need to finish my 30-hour pre-test and get my E&O insurance.
And was your license suspended or revoked in Maine?
It was not. It was just
Okay.
an $800 fine.
Okay.
Mr. Wood?
Why are you moving to Tennessee?
Maine's a small state. It's very sheltered. And me and my wife, she's a makeup artist, and she travels a lot, Boston, New York, a lot of out-of-state things. She's very good at what she does. And we just want to make a new home somewhere where I guess we kind of feel alive. It's a great town. We vacation here about 4 times a year. And we just think there's a lot for us here.
Where are you moving to?
We want to be right in Nashville.
Okay.
Because Ms. Franks would suggest Franklin is a better fit for you. All right, Commissioners, other questions for Mr. Candidge? All right, Ms. Blackwell, your turn. Tell us what you know about this fella and why you're interested in affiliating him with your firm.
We are so excited that the Candidates are moving here.
Going to have to get close. We can't hear up here.
Sorry. That better. We are so excited that the Candidates want to join our company. His track record speaks for itself in Maine. I think he's outgrown his city, and so we're excited to see what he does here. We're excited to have him as friends and joining us here in Nashville.
Questions, Commissioners? All right, this is pretty straightforward, it seems to me. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve his request.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, who just barely beat Mr. Wood to that second. Discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. All right, you're good to go, Mr. Diaz. Now, we might have other questions for you at this point. Like the Maine Real Estate Commission, when you say they audit, you just take them, but you don't have to submit proof of it? They just come
You don't
around?
have to submit proof. They will audit you. They audit randomly, and you send in your certificates, and that's how they know whether or not you're taking them or not taking them.
So like McKissick, when you take a course online with McKissick, they don't automatically send proof you passed it to,
You have to print out your certificates.
well, like in Tennessee, our education director is totally different, right?
Right.
And you're aware of that. It's different here. We want proof.
Ours are all submitted by the provider.
They don't have to do that up there? Huh? That's amazing. And what else is different up there?
They hit about 5 years after everywhere else up in Maine.
Well,
There's the process. The process in general, the sales process is a little bit different. The steps. I think it's pretty normal as far as everything else. Day-to-day activities go.
do you call it earnest money or trust money, or what do you
We
call
call it earnest money.
Who holds it typically?
Either side holds it in a trust account.
But what about Mr. Wood here is hung up on the fact that a lot of title companies are holding earnest money now?
It's held by the agency.
Never goes to a title company.
I retain it most of the time. So when I get a commission check, it's minus whatever my company's holding in the trust account. We do have the option to write it in the name of the title company, and then have them write the full amount and transfer it over there if we want to.
All right, other questions? Best of luck.
You'll be glad you came.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm excited.
Welcome.
Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Ms. Rolke, when your broker gets here, just let us know, and we'll adjust the agenda to get her in. That's all right. Sometimes traffic's not really great around here, we found out. And so maybe it. In the meantime, Mr. White.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Mr. Candidate, did you know if you sat through this entire meeting, you would get 8 hours of continuing education today?
Not yet, because he's not a licensee yet.
Oh, you're not
I
like
see.
Next year when you come back, you can get 8 hours of continuing education. All right, Mr. White.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy
Thank
New Year.
you.
I present the January 2020 education agenda. If you'd turn your attention to that.
Can we do educators first?
Do educators first.
Can we kind of make that a standard policy to do educators first, just in case? I don't like approving a class and not approving the educator for that class. So if we do the educators first,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
won't have a
We'll follow
problem.
that.
Thank
We'll follow
you.
that rule going forward. I present to you then there are 4 new educators, instructors, if you will, before you this morning that have been reviewed for your approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that Education Director's recommendation that the 4 instructors on this month's agenda be approved to teach. That motion made by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. Diaz. As I said, are you ready to vote? Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right, let's get to the courses then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, I present to you the courses with J1 through J41 this month. It's a quick turnaround, as you might know from last month, but I believe we've successfully reviewed all providers, their courses and instructors for your approval today.
Right. Is there a motion to accept Education Director's recommendation?
Motion to approve courses J1 through J41.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Franks. Mr. Diaz makes a motion. Now, Commissioners, any particular course you'd like pulled out for discussion before we vote? All right, I sense there are none. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
And Chairman, can we note that I recuse myself on J33 and 34?
We certainly can.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else to talk about today, Ross?
Other than let's have better vision in 2020.
Well, about what month
such a
was it?
dad
We had that
joke.
round table last year.
Yes,
About what month was that? Do you remember?
I do. We haven't
The
discussed
summertime.
continuing that, but I believe we're going to discuss having a future roundtable this year.
I mean, everything I hear about it, especially from Bobby, is,
Right.
is very, very successful.
The turnout was good, and it was a win-win for all.
One thing I'd like to, especially that the commissions know, is that the principal broker core class, TR is doing that again twice this year, once in April and once in September, and it's going to be live streamed to all of the different associations. So it'll be a statewide class. So now we can feel better about giving out as a penalty for principal brokers to go attend a core class. We're the only state that I know of too that's doing that, and kind of the envy of everybody's wanting to talk to me about that course. So
People just like to talk to you, Marcia.
I like to talk. Okay.
All right. Anything else, Ross?
That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you.
Quick day for you, Mr. Ross.
Well,
Sir, Commissioner, thank you.
we may have to draw on a resource or two.
We may have to take a breakfast break.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. I just have a quick update for the commission. We had a new employee that started the last week of December, right before Christmas. He will be coming down later to meet everyone. I think you guys will really like him. He'll primarily be on the phones and assisting with licensing. In addition, we have implemented, I think, something that has been done in the past, but had taken a hiatus, and that's a welcome letter. So we're actually sending it out via email. But so far, we've gotten the initial email approved for somebody that upgrades to broker, and we're working to do it for initial licensees as well. The hope is that we can catch them when they're excited and plug some information that we see as common issues down the road that people forget. So I think it was previously done. We've changed what information they're getting, but it's all items related to education, related to license status, E&O, those sort of things that we often see issues with maybe a couple years after they're licensed. So it's going to be sent out via email.
Who has to approve that?
We send it to legal, and then we get it put into the IT system. And so we've tested. We also do some testing with it just to make sure that it works the way that we want it to work. So we've done a lot of testing with the broker because we often find that people forget that they're supposed to take the 120 within 3 years and what goes along with that. So
I can imagine.
we will be implementing the broker one soon. And my goal is just now that we have this email functionality, to use it more to push information that people need.
And does that, I know not every licensee is in the system to receive, you have to sign up to be, to receive emails as far as what's going on in our newsletter and that kind of thing. Is there a reason we can't just sign up everybody?
So those are two different systems. The one that I've been sending the newsletter out through is Notify, and that was a system implemented probably 10 years ago, and the original intention was to notify people about rule changes. So all of our rule changes have to go out through that system, and currently it's easier to send things like the newsletter out that way. But I'm hoping to send the next newsletter out to all active email addresses that we have through a system called MyEmma that I've used for a couple other things like education and E&O. I like that one better. This one, the way that we're sending this letter is as soon as we hit approve on the application, it will generate the letter to be emailed that night. And so that comes directly from the system. Now, if they put none@none.com, then they're not going to get an email. But for everybody that has an email address on file.
Is there any, what would we need to do to make sure we had emails on file for everybody? Not everybody has an email address, I suppose, but most do.
Most do.
I think if you're going to be connecting back with TREC, it would be a good idea to have email.
Yes. I try to push that reminder in outreach and through the newsletter that they keep their information up to date with us. I think maybe people are worried that we're going to send a bunch of junk, but really we only send probably no more than 10 emails a year.
So the state of Kentucky requires all correspondence to be by email. You don't have a choice, period. So legislatively, the state could say, okay, it's starting at some date, anybody that has a license through the Department of Commerce and Insurance has to have an email address and has to communicate by that. To me, it's probably a legislative fix. I can't imagine.
You can't do it by rule?
I imagine if we did it by rule, all hell would break loose with some people, including a lot of legislators who have real estate licenses. I don't know that. But it's a noble goal for everybody to communicate with the staff by email. It works.
Because people come in here before us all the time and say, I didn't know. And they honestly didn't know, you know. So if we were able to say, but we sent it to you by email, we sent it, it's up to them to open it, of course, and to provide a good email. But I see nothing wrong with us requiring it. So is that something that we can look into with legal and find out if that's something that we could do by rule?
Our email. We can definitely look into it and bring something back in February, whether it should be legislative or if it should be by rule.
Can I just follow up something else? I want sort of along those lines. So recently, the Department of Commerce and Insurance apparently asked the Attorney General for an updated ruling on LLCs. Was that a request that was from the Real Estate Commission? No.
It was a request by our legal team.
But did it appear as if it was coming from the Real Estate Commission?
I don't believe so. I think the request was, it came on behalf of our commissioner at the time.
So it applied to LLCs across the board, not just real estate.
No, it is specific and applicable to the Real Estate Commission, but it was on behalf of the commissioner at the time, Ms. McPeak.
So, just procedurally, it would seem to me wise to get the commission to agree that that's a good idea to ask the Attorney General for an updated opinion. as opposed to the commissioner or somebody above us just taking it upon themselves to saying, on behalf of the Real Estate Commission, we'd like to know this information. I don't know what the procedure is for asking the Attorney General a question, but if we're involved at some point or referenced at some point, we ought to at least say that's a good idea, let's do it.
I'll talk to the people.
I
above
know the
me.
people upstairs don't necessarily like me or this commission necessarily, or think that we really are just here for show, but I think that would be nice to do. And along those same lines, what if I had a topic I wanted to ask the Attorney General about? Get his take on. So here's a topic, just as an example. In some parts of the state, apparently, brokers have allowed title companies to cut their individual agents' check at closing. So the check doesn't go back to the broker, it's just divided at closing. Well, the law says only the broker can pay his or her agent. So I'd like at some point to get the Attorney General's opinion on what that means. When it says only the broker can pay it, does that mean only the broker can pay it, or can the broker designate who pays on behalf of the broker? Those kind of things would be a topic of interest to me, but can we generate a question like that upstairs to get them to ask the Attorney General?
We could. I'll ask Mark and see what the process would be for that. But I do know that rule says that you can contract for your money to be dispersed elsewhere.
I don't think it does.
Where's that rule?
The rule, like for contracts,
No, for commissions.
for commissions.
It says only the broker can pay.
But-
Only an affiliate can accept commission from his broker. Or
So are
broker.
you talking about like trust money, escrow money?
No.
At a closing, you can go
Okay,
to a
at a
closing, and a title company can write you a commission check on their company.
Right, so the title company would be working for the broker. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. They'll tell you they're not working for anybody.
Yeah.
So
The
anyhow,
money's not going to the firm. It's going to
Saving
a
the
title
broker,
company.
saving the broker a step,
Right.
well,
Right, so that's a decision that the broker makes.
but it's not maybe a legal decision.
It's not
The broker
legal.
Just can't make that decision if it's not legal. But-
Bobby's going to.
He
There's
can
no
bring
rule.
something, we can look at it and then bring back what the process would be if an official,
What we would like to do is have an Attorney General opinion on that, not just our.
Because
I'll have to ask about that first before we do that. Of the Attorney General opinion.
well, the process, I don't know it either. I'd like to
Well,
know.
we did talk about so we had questions about the owner exemption. We did not do an Attorney General opinion without consulting you. We had discussion about it. We discussed needing clarity about the broker exemption and the vacation lodging service, which is what we got in the Attorney General opinion. So it's not like we're unilaterally asking questions without discussing it with you first.
So it's no problem for you to ask him about this then?
Yes, I said I would ask.
Yeah, it's in my brain, my simple brain. It's a commission. If not one person can cause something to happen, a commission ought to be able to, as a body, say we'd like to get this opinion from the Attorney General. Ms. Maxwell.
okay, the other items that I had is to remind everybody that next month is actually on a Tuesday. It's February 4th, so it will not be the typical Wednesday meeting. So I'm sure we might remind you of that a few more times. And then,
Can we expand on that just a little bit?
Yeah.
So we're scheduled, and it's not mandatory, it's not required, we're as a courtesy to TER as opposed to TR. Annually, this commission, members who want to show up and act as and Anna goes with us, Caitlin goes, and Ross goes, to answer questions that members of the trade association, Tennessee Realtors, might have. It happens at, is it 2 o'clock?
2:15.
2:15, and hopefully our meeting is over by then. Let me stop just for a second. 2-day meeting next month?
let's refer that to them.
Because 30-day notice, I keep
Yes,
hearing
yeah,
this.
no, I think it will probably just be a one-day. I think when we scheduled that meeting on a Tuesday, we pretty much set that month for just one day. But we can follow up with our legal
So,
team.
Anna, do we have a hearing next February meeting?
No, when we set the schedule, you said we wanted a one-day meeting, so no.
Okay, so hopefully our business meeting will be done sometime early afternoon, at which point any member of this commission who chooses to go home should go home. There's no requirement at all for you to go to the session. On the other hand, if you'd like to go, you're welcome to come. And you sit on this big panel, and Russ Farrer's there, and there are a bunch of questions.
Very well attended.
Very well attended. It lasts an hour, at which point then I try to get home as fast as I can after that. But there's no requirement. I don't want anybody to feel any pressure to have to be there. But that's next Tuesday, the first Tuesday in February.
February 4th.
The other thing
And
I
it's,
have,
and it's at the Hilton Nashville downtown, not Franklin.
Yeah.
which is a travesty, isn't it?
I don't know why they come to that.
So, here's something I want you all to think about, especially you, Caitlin. So if we all drive down to the Hilton, we're going to have to pay some exorbitant parking fee for 1 hour, an hour and a half. Let's just think maybe there's a way to shuttle or Uber or get us down there and back without having to take several cars down there.
Uber.
Is it walkable?
I don't know how far it is from here. I don't know where it is.
Okay, I can look into that.
And the other
If it's up that hill, it's not walkable.
The other request I have is if you're not going to be here at the meeting, forget that. I don't care if you're at the afternoon session with Tennessee Realtors or not, but if you're not going to be here at the meeting next month, please let us know as quickly as possible. Just because we've got to have a quorum of 5 people and we're 7 right now. So if you think you can't be here, if we either have to get the governor to make a couple of quick appointments so we can get this thing filled up, or we got to make sure we've got 5 that are going to be here next month. Okay? All right, Caitlin, I keep interrupting you.
Oh, you're fine. The only other reminder that I had for the commission that I would ideally like to vote on next commission meeting is the Arillo Conference. It is April 29th through May 2nd. So if everybody between now and next month could check their calendar, and then we could vote on that in February. That way we can get the paperwork started. That's a Wednesday through a Saturday.
In Savannah, Georgia.
Yes.
So, are we working under any kind of policy at this point? I know Marcia's got this on to talk about later today, but is it 2 staff and 2 commissioners, or what's our perceived policy at this point?
I want to say it's 2 staff and 2 commissioners, although I know, once last year they did allow 3 staff to go, and were there 2 commissioners? I can't remember.
Yes. We've always taken 2 commissioners. And always in the past, we took education, executive director, and legal. Always we did. Arillo now will be paying for me for the next 3 years. So that frees up another space for one of the commissioners to go to. And then also, just to put a bee in your bonnet,
Which you've been doing pretty good at.
the September annual meeting is in Montreal. And so I don't know what's going to be needed to get some of our people here, but I would love for somebody to be there with me when I'm installed.
What are those dates? You know?
In September? I can get that for
Okay,
you.
that'd be great.
It's in September. Let's see.
And I can try to find out between now and February more information about Montreal.
But we're going to talk about the money later too, and I've witnessed the legislature tell us twice that we need to spend that money. And to me, it's one of the best places that we could spend the money is sending people to Arillo, because we're sending them there to be a better commissioner and to serve the state of Tennessee better. So there's another beat for you on it. The September meeting is. Well, I have to be there the whole week. It's the week of September 21st.
Montreal.
Montreal.
All right, commissioners,
Stomach virus.
It's,
I'm good for that one.
September 23rd through September 26th.
I have to be there early.
Yep.
John, I'll take Montreal. I'll
We
take
have a problem, we can't travel,
for
stay away
400.
for us internationally.
Yeah, I'm
But we have a new governor, so we
Yeah.
don't know that
Yeah.
that's the same
So,
policy.
Let me, to our new commissioners, Marcia is also Madam President for ARELO, and that's an acronym that stands for the Association of Real Estate Licensed Law Officials.
I'm president-elect.
That's close enough. Okay, we can call you that.
That's too many words.
So you all are licensed law officials just by the very fact you have this seat right here. So congratulations on that. And if you have any questions, here's Madam President, and she can give you all the details on it. But a lot of the courses that we perfunctorily approve are ARELO approved courses, which has a seal of approval on it, right? Yeah.
It's commissioners from across the United States, Canada, and 14 countries. So we learn, if they're doing it in California and Washington, D.C., it'll probably be in Tennessee in 2 or 3 years. So we learn, we share. That's why I said people are interested in this principal broker class, because one of the biggest problems worldwide is broker supervision. So we're about the only one that's come up with any solution at all. So
And
we learn from each other.
On the rule with the email, if you had a rule that said there has to be an email.
Joe, come up with it.
You said the rule, they had to have an email. If they don't have one to provide the brokers, the broker will make them get an email.
Right.
Brokers don't want to take care of that.
No.
No. If you're going to have a real estate license, you need to have an email.
All right. Caitlin, have I interrupted you enough times?
You have, and
I'm
I'm
sorry.
officially given up. I'm done. My report's
Cut me
over.
off.
That's the right answer. You need to give it back to me, okay? Now, what nothing else to say?
Nothing else to say or be interrupted on.
But I want to back up on her on the verify. Right? We want to know what the status of the verify, the firm and the principal broker. You know, we've been trying to get that on verify.
Yeah, I did follow up on that, and it's something that they've put in the core contract. It's not going to be tomorrow, but I was told when they do the upgrades, which are happening later this summer, that's.
It's this year. I told you know.
We've been working on it 6 years. We're getting close.
Something quick that I know some people are not particularly pleased with is that we can add, in the attention field, we can add what firm each licensee is with. So that's something that can be done right now. All it takes is somebody to manually go in and enter that information on the firm side, and then that way when somebody transfers, it pulls their firm relation and puts it in the attention field.
But it tells us now, like my name is going to have Franklin Realtors next to it.
So yours does, but not everybody's does. So what I'm talking about is fixing that to where everybody's does.
Oh my gosh, that's really bad. We need to get every bit of that filled in.
Yeah. Well, they're working on it.
But here's the other thing too. If it just says Keller Williams, we got lots of Keller Williams in Middle Tennessee. I don't know which one.
We're searching for a company.
So that's important. Or Century 21 or Parks or all those bigger companies that have lots of offices.
But same as
Hello.
Carlisle.
I can test. I can test that. So we're working right now with the system that we have, which we are limited, as you all have expressed. But I do think what you're talking about, if you clicked on the licensee's details, it would show the full firm and the attention. But I can definitely test that and let you know.
Because here's the thing. As a principal broker, I can tell you when things get to me, it's emergency. And so I need to emergency call the other principal broker. I can't wait till sometime in the summer to figure out who their principal broker is. So that's why it's really urgent that we get that information accessible, so I can talk principal broker to principal broker.
Yes, and right now, unfortunately, I have to use the system that we have, which does not have that capability. It's built for the whole department and every profession. So unfortunately, we have to wait for the contract to go through to implement these changes.
Frustrated.
All right, Caitlin, so I do have, you're going to bring an employee down to introduce to us, but you failed to tell us his or her name.
His name is Denny Lammers.
Denny? Mm-hmm. Like the restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. And Grand Slammer?
Lammers.
Lammers.
And is he an administrative assistant? So is he your assistant, or how's this work?
No, that's
It's just a
the
title.
titles.
administrative? Okay.
The titles within state government. On our staff, there's I think 7 administrative assistant 2s. That's just the state title.
Okay.
And then, Anna may have told me this, and I've already forgotten it. We're also going to meet Denard's replacement.
Correct.
And what is his or her name?
Her name is Pamela Spicer. She'll be coming down with Mr. Green later.
These people get to meet Mark Green, too?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Spicer. Spicer?
Yes.
And then we met the head attorney a month before last, Sweat.
Yes. John Spear.
Spear, that's it, John Spear, okay. You all know these names because that way you'll know who's trying to do what to you, okay? Okay, head attorney. All right.
We'll need their email later.
Yeah. We'd like their direct line and the email. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'm going to jump back about 10 minutes ago. We were talking about the question being that agents, who can they be paid by? And I found the rule. It's 62, 13, 312,
What page?
page 39. Well, no, it goes to 40 actually. 312, and then it's B11. It says, accepting a commission or any valuable consideration by an affiliate broker for the performance of any act specified in this chapter from any person except the licensed real estate broker with whom the licensee is affiliated. So to me, the way I read it, I mean, because it's talking about you can be in trouble for, this is under the different things you can be in trouble for. It doesn't say anything about you can get money from a title company. It says you got to get it from a broker. So.
What was that number again?
1312, Clause 11.
Yeah. Actually, B11.
Oh, that's the reference.
That's the reference, yes.
Well, that sounds pretty clear until we get a Attorney General's opinion. Otherwise, I say we go by what the book says.
Well, the contra argument is that at a closing, I mean, the broker tells the title company to split the commission with a cooperating broker.
Right.
So the title company is following the direction of the broker at that point.
Yes.
So, I mean, there can be a gray area, I suspect, but I'd like to have something to hang our hat on besides, although this to me is pretty clear. All right. Anything else for Ms. Maxwell?
Nothing else.
Well, I'm going to check and see if we had anything else for you. If
No.
Everybody's okay? Okay, we're good. All right.
And I'd like to say we appreciate the great job that you're doing. You're
Absolutely.
doing a really great job.
Thank you.
And we don't thank you enough,
Oh.
but we really appreciate it.
Well, I can tell the people aren't calling me, so I know good work's
Yeah.
going on. Can I interrupt for a minute? So, Ms. Rolke, we're going to wait as long as you want us to wait for you, okay? If your broker shows up, we'll be good. The gentleman in front of you, are you here for a particular reason, just to get credit?
I'm just here to learn.
Perfect.
Oh, great.
Okay. How's it going so far?
It's over my head.
Could Ms. Rolke call her broker?
I called him and I left 2 messages.
Okay.
I sent him an email.
Okay.
I hope he's okay.
Okay.
We don't generally let you, I know, but since you're just here to learn, you should come up here and ask us a question. We got exactly 4 minutes before we're going to take a break, so come up here and ask us a question.
It was just about the books that y'all are scanning through.
You can get it through TR. They're the ones that sell it.
Okay.
Or LexisNexis.
They're coming out the new book. They just are
It's
releasing
out.
it right now. So don't buy the red one. I think, is it gray?
It's green. It's
Okay.
green.
Don't buy the red
The
one.
2020 volume.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Well, you got another one.
So we have a 10 o'clock an appointment with Brent Nolan. In the meantime, unless there's an objection, I say we start on the consent agenda from legal. And there may be another announcement that legal would like to tell the balance of the commission as to why Kristen is here by herself today.
Kelsey has moved on. No. She's left the department. She actually sent me a message. She wanted to say she's sorry that she was unable to attend the meeting.
Did you believe that message? Let's start with that.
I do believe the message. It wasn't her intention. Just like the start and end date didn't coincide. And so she'll be working for the State Board of Equalization now, dealing with property tax exemption. So she wanted to be here today, but she had to start her new position on Monday.
So do we need to bring this up with John Spear, head attorney? No, he's not going to be here. Mark Green's coming down here
Yes, he is
with
coming.
Pamela Spicer.
Yes.
Who's responsible for us only having one attorney to help us at this point? Is it Pamela or Mark? I just need to know who to.
Well, it's just we don't have a replacement yet. Kelsey's only been gone for 2 days, 3 days.
Is there not some sort of notice requirement that says you got to stay 30 days? Or?
No. She gave 2 weeks notice as required. So it just because we had such a long period between our meetings, she missed this meeting. But she did what you have today. She did prepare, and I'm going to present it on her behalf today.
So
Well, please tell her that we're sorry that she's not with us anymore and that we really respect her and that she did a great job and
Definitely
we'll
will.
miss her.
So, Ms. Matlock, does she physically go to a different building now?
Yes,
Okay.
so she won't be in this building.
Okay.
She works for a different department.
Okay.
All right, so should I address you as Miss Bridges or as Miss Matlock at this point?
You can address me as Miss Matlock.
All right, Miss Matlock, if you'll get started on your portion of the consent agenda,
Sure.
please.
So I have cases 1 through 12. Number 1 is 2019-066601. Number 2, 2019-062821. Number 3, 2019-063551. Number 4, 2019-063571. Number 5, 2019-066721. 6, 2019-067321. 7, 2019-067431. 8, 2019-068551, 9, 2019-068731, 10, 2019-069271, 11, 2019-069241, and 12 is 2019-069261.
Motion to accept council's recommendation on cases 1 through 12.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Ms. Franks, that cases 1 through 12 be dismissed per council's recommendation. Is there a request by any commissioner to pull any of those out?
Number 10.
Thank you. Number 10. All right, let's vote on the motion, which will be to accept council's recommendation on cases 1 through 12 with the exception of number 10. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Let's go to number 10, please. Mr. Wood.
Number 10, I think, if I remember right, this had to do with earnest money. And the first thing I was trying to figure out is who was holding the earnest money.
Correct.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I believe that was the respondent was holding the earnest money. Double check real quick.
Because I got the feeling that at some point it was mentioned that they went to the title company or attorney and wanted a disbursement, and I thought it was the title company that said they didn't want to get in the middle of it, and so and some couple things didn't match up there.
Okay, let me check
Okay.
real
Okay.
quick.
Description given to us as the respondent's office assistant didn't want to get into the middle of this dispute.
But in the second paragraph, it talks about the title attorney holding the earnest money.
Okay, so it says that the closing agency is a title company. So I think that the title company was the one that was holding the money.
But that doesn't mean they were holding the money just because they were.
It would say on the
I
contract.
understand. I'm looking at, it looks like they have a TR form. So I'll go through that real quick.
Can't recall if it's maybe the second or third page. It'll have earnest money.
Earnest money is, it's the section that says earnest money / trust money. The holder is a title company.
I guess that doesn't change the decision to dismiss. I guess so. But I think that am I reading the person that didn't want to get involved? Was that the real estate company?
I believe the person that did not represent the seller.
It was somebody at the real estate firm,
Correct.
right?
Respondent.
So I guess that's just I mean, I don't think there's anything legal, but it's just concerning when the real estate company doesn't want to get involved in the earnest money dispute because they're not holding it. I mean, they're in the middle of it, but so. I mean, there's nothing I don't think we can change here, but.
Right. We could send, even though there's no legal requirement, we could remind them, like in a letter of instruction, of the duties that are owed to their clients. And that those statutes, I think, would be useful.
Oh, I'm good. I'll make the motion that we agree with your decision and dismiss it. I just think this is a problem when the earnest money is held by somewhere other than licensees. But
Okay.
But I'm good with making that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Wood, second by Mr. Diaz. The council's recommendation be adopted and this case be dismissed. I have a follow-up question before we vote.
Sure.
So it appears Ms. Bridges' rationale in the last paragraph was that a principal broker may properly disperse trust money upon a reasonable interpretation. However, the broker wasn't holding the trust money. So I would like to know generally whether or not the money was ever returned to either the complainant or the respondent. But it appears to me to be outside the broker's purview as to who can get it.
I would agree that if the money is with the title company, then the broker really doesn't have that much control.
So
would the title company have to interplead it? Or do they have to have two signatures agreement?
company policy.
So
I think that would, if the funds are wanting to be interpleaded, I think it would possibly be.
Our contracts could say that it has to be interpleaded, but I think that only applies if it's licensees.
Right, I
I
don't
think
think-
title companies can do whatever their policy is. And
Or statute that they have.
I don't think there's any statute they have to work by. None of them have told me there's anything they have to go by. They do what they want to do.
Right, so we don't regulate title companies,
That's right.
as you know, so if we can't determine what processes that they use, I think that would be if a real estate agency, or a firm or a licensee were to use a title company, it would be on their own due diligence to make sure who they're dealing with, how they deal with those funds.
I represent some developers and builders that one of the partners is attorney, and that does all the closings. And so, in that case, the money goes to his title company and to this attorney. But I require in my office that there be a signature by both parties, and we've never had a problem getting that done. So I agree with you. Just to say I have no responsibility, that strikes me not good. But
It could also be just like, a general educational feature that we communicate to our licensees. If you are going to be using a title company, which you are more than allowed to, using the rules, it's important to remember your clients and what they're responsible for and those kind of things. So maybe we could, I don't know if you would think that would be a proper topic for possibly a newsletter or some kind of communication to licensees just about it, since we're probably going to be seeing more of these pop up in the future. But I mean, ultimately it's up to their own business practices, but you have your own ethics that you
It's up to the broker to communicate to the agent. I mean, and we
Right.
got people here, we can't even get their stinking emails. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so I think it's pretty.
And not only that, they have an
Waste of
office
time.
assistant who is speaking on behalf of this principal broker.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I mean, it would be great if everybody had an email and we could send it to them and they'd actually read it. That's not happening.
Right,
So,
that's the other thing is we can require emails, but we can't force people to read them too.
yeah.
But you can tell them you got it when they
Yes.
say they didn't know.
Okay, the motion is to accept council's recommendation and dismiss. Further discussion? Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bridges / Matlock. Ms. Downey, number 13 through, she got stuck with a lot.
99.
43.
All right, number 13, 2019-06-9281. Oh, I'm sorry. All of these are recommended for dismissal, and I'll start with number 13. 2019-06-9281, 2019-06-9431, number 15, 2019-06-9901, 16, 2019-06-9421, 17, 2019-07-0041, 18, 2019-07-0181, 19, 2019-07-0251, 20, 2019-07-0551, 21, 2019-06-9971, 22, 2019-07-0611, 23, 2019-07-1071, 24, 2019-07-1041, 25, 2019-07-0731, 26, 2019-07-2651, 27, 2019-07-2601, 28, 2019-07-3961, 29, 2019-07-3231, 30, 2019-07-3271, 31, 2019-07-3461, 32, 2019-07-3731, 33, 2019-07-5051, 34, 2019-07-5111, 35, 2019-07-5581, 36, 2019-07-5941, 37, 2019 076111, 38, 2019 076341, 39, 2019 076721, 40, 2019 077101, 41, 2019 077151, 42, 2019 077171, and 43, 2019 077421.
All right, is there a motion to accept council's recommendation and dismiss cases 13 through 43? Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Moffett. Now, commissioners, cases you'd like pulled from that motion, Mr. Wood?
13, 24, 25, 32, 43.
Other cases, commissioners? All right, the motion is to approve council's recommendation and dismiss cases 13 through 43 with the exception of case number 13, 24, 25, 32, and 43. Further discussion on the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Wood, number 13.
On 13, I think the question was this, did the company have a principal broker? And your last paragraph says, the respondent filed a response stating that they do have a principal broker, but my question is, said that they're registered with the commission, but did we check and make sure they had a broker?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
It looks like the complainant is like making a frivolous complaint because it's
Okay.
no real person.
That's fine. I just want to make, I
Oh,
just
yeah,
want to make sure y'all
we
got it.
verified
Then I make the motion to dismiss.
Oh, second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, second by Mr. Bagley, that case 13. In favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 24.
This one, I think the complaint was this person is unlicensed and they're doing property management.
Oh,
But it states that in the last paragraph, the respondent states that their only job is to manage the local office and collect rental payments through an online portal. But isn't that property management if they're collecting rents? So shouldn't they be licensed?
let me look at it real quick.
Okay.
Is the portal going to that company, or is the portal going to
I don't know.
somewhere else?
I'm just kind of like, if they're responsible for collecting rents, that's property management.
So for this one, I recommended dismissal because, as far as I could tell, it just appeared that this person was collecting the rent money, and let me look at that statute again. It was just collecting their security deposits and the rent money, and there wasn't really anything else that was going on the part of the respondent, so they would fall up under this exemption, and they wouldn't be required.
Is the exemption for on-site property managers?
So it's the exemption that's on, if you look on page 10, it's 104A1E. So you can manage an apartment building, duplex, or residential complex where their duties are limited to supervision, exhibition of rental units, leasing or collection of security deposits, and rentals from the property. They can't negotiate the amounts of security deposits or rentals and cannot negotiate any leases on behalf of the broker. And so when I was reading this complaint and the response, it didn't appear that they were doing anything that they weren't able to do and still fall under the exemption. So that's why I recommended dismissal.
This talks about a resident manager.
Who doesn't do anything other than collect the rent monies, and they don't
Show the
do
property.
anything that would take them away from having the protection of that exemption.
Okay.
Just from what I have in
Okay,
the file.
so a resident manager, I mean, I assume that that's somebody who's living on site.
I think we talked about this at the last meeting.
That's right, and we agreed that it was somebody who was living on site.
No, I don't think that we said you had to live on the property to fall up under that exemption. And I believe Anna confirmed that when we discussed it last time. It's not a requirement for you to be a resident of that particular residential property.
I think, I don't, there's no live-in requirement, so I would just, that's the requirement for people that like so property management is you are managing properties that you don't own, and you're receiving money. Like, so the definition of a broker is for a finder's fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. You are doing, that's what is required to be brokering. So if your job title is just to manage rents and to manage a property, and you're not negotiating the security deposit or anything else, that would, I believe that would make you a manager of the property and not a property manager. Like, it would be like someone that manages an apartment complex. That's what is, I believe, is going on here, and the distinguishing factor.
Something that just maybe collects rent and doesn't do anything else, I would call that maybe like a mailbox. I mean, but there's a reason those people are there on site. I mean, but in this case example, I don't get the feeling that person's living there on site. I mean, or let's say they're
She's
even
saying you
there all the
don't have
time.
to.
Okay, so I can be called a resident manager and just show up to the place once a month and pick up my rent, and that's a resident manager?
Let me give you an illustration. So my niece over Christmas tells me she got a new job. She's a resident manager for one of the biggest companies in Nashville. They have apartments everywhere.
Okay.
And I said, "Oh, you got a real estate license?" "No, we're not required. That's an exemption." And I'm like, "Okay, so tell me what you're doing." So she's basically showing the units, and she doesn't live there.
Okay.
And the money all goes to a portal, so she doesn't touch any money. But she's called a resident manager.
To just make sure the building runs appropriately, the
Maintenance.
tenants are, taken care of, maintenance is doing what they're supposed to do.
Right.
They're not selling real estate. They're not entering any contracts, negotiating security deposits, anything like that. They're simply there just to make sure the operations are running smoothly, not any real estate transactions involved.
And usually there's no negotiating. Usually, this is it, this is it, this is it.
So your niece, was it a niece, Marcia?
Mm-hmm.
Marcia, so she goes to an apartment complex every day, and there's an office there.
Mm-hmm.
And if people want to rent in that apartment complex, she opens the door and lets them see it.
Mm-hmm.
Does a credit report on them, or where does
No,
her
they have
work?
an office, a big, huge office that does all of that.
So her job is just to open the door.
And in charge
feel-
of the maintenance guy, make sure, when there's maintenance problems, and she calls him, make sure he does it, and that kind of
Do
thing.
you think that's a resident manager?
That's her title, is resident manager.
See, I wouldn't call that a resident manager.
You think she has to live there?
Well,
Used to, they did, but I don't think they do anymore.
I mean, I think that's more like a showing person. You see these at model homes where they can't negotiate, but they can open doors.
And they don't want to provide a place for you to live either.
Yeah.
Think of what that would cost the company.
I'll say one thing. Mr. Bailey. Step up to the microphone, please.
It's that chair. Whoever sits in the chair won't lean forward.
It's comfy.
Fontaine Crystal.
Fontaine did it too.
Window used to break it.
He had his feet on the table while he was speaking.
This, it looks to me like there's at least 3 people in this, because in the third paragraph, respondent filed a response contacting their leasing broker. So I'm assuming that they had a third person that was the leasing broker about the subject property.
And that person
Is-
is the licensee.
Right.
Yeah.
So there, even in this statement, it says that the complainant and the respondent, and then the third party gets in there as a leasing broker, correct?
Right, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Wood, you've got the floor still if you want to do something other than the recommendation from council. Or you may make a motion to accept council's recommendation. Or you may pass and yield the floor, at which point I'll find somebody to make a motion.
Why don't I pass and yield?
Mr. Bagley,
Then I'll just vote against it.
would you like to make a motion?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Bagley, seconded by Ms. Franks, that council's recommendation be adopted and case number 24 be dismissed. Discussion on the motion. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
That motion passes on a 6-aye vote, 1 no vote. Mr. Wood votes no. Are you Brent Nolan in the back? Stand by just a minute. Ma'am, I failed to ask you what you were doing here.
Okay, good.
Perfect. I didn't want to slight you. I'm sorry that I didn't ask both of you at the same time. Mr. Nolan, I take it you're with your broker, proposed broker? Let's interrupt. You're on time, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Perfect. Here's what we'll do. If you two will come up, our law director and Ms. Downey, if you will yield that chair just for a moment.
I will. Oh, we did pull up another chair. But
No, stay there. No, they like sitting next to attorneys. I mean, I think it's good. Ms. Matlock is going to swear you two in, so stand by, raise your right hand. We have one microphone to share between the two of you.
Okay.
You'll be talking one at a time, but it's important for you to talk into the microphone for the record. Give us 1 second here. Ms. Maxwell, our executive director, will give us just a brief synopsis of what you all are doing here, why you're here. At which point, Mr. Nolan will go to you and let you flesh it out. Tell us all you want to about what happened, what you've been doing, what you'd like to do, whatever you think will be helpful to plead your case. The commission reserves the right to ask you any questions. Once they're done with those questions, we'll go to your broker or proposed broker and ask the lady whose name I don't have yet, Ms. Mays, Lisa Mays, okay, why you'd be interested in having this fella associated with your firm, okay? So that's kind of how the outline works. Ms. Maxwell, give some details.
Okay, before you have applicant Brent Nolan and his principal broker, Lisa Mays. Mr. Nolan has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. His principal broker has been a broker since 2016 and was first licensed in 2012. There have been no disciplinary sanctions. The firm is Crylake of Nashville. A summary of the criminal disciplinary sanction is conspiracy to commit bank fraud. Mr. Nolan's statement and letter of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
Please.
May I have a point of order?
Yes.
Before we ask them to speak, I noticed on this petitioner that his probation ended June 27 of 2019. And I know it's up to this body to decide how long we wait until after someone gets off of probation to let them be heard here. In the past, we've always, the standard has been 2 years off of probation. So I just wondered, do we need to, before he has to tell all of his business, do we need to discuss that first?
So I think legal will tell us that really probation doesn't matter anymore.
So, as you know, we are changing the rules to remove that requirement. The reason that we're doing that is because of the passage of the Fresh Start Act. And so that rule conflicts with another state statute. And so a state statute supersedes our rules. So we're trying to make sure that it comports with it. So until that rule is changed, we have been in the past, as the last couple times, bringing individuals that fall into that category before you to make a determination whether or not you would like them to receive their license.
We have any option at this point to Ms. Frank's comments?
So I think you have the option to not hear the person, but we would have to probably go through more procedures like we would beforehand because it's based on a criminal conviction.
Do you have a preference?
With him hearing this, if he wants to go ahead, I'm okay with him going ahead. I was trying, if that was the rule that we were going to stick with, I didn't want to cause him any embarrassment by having to talk about his story.
Well, in the past, we had that hard and fast rule of 2 years following probation.
But we've been, for the past year or so, allowing other individuals that are not
To speak.
quite past those 2 years come in. So he would be another one.
Okay.
My own personal take on it is probation doesn't matter anymore. That's my take on it.
I'm good.
Okay, it's the story that's important at this point, what's happened. All right, so Mr. Nolan, you have the floor. We'd like all the detail you want to give us. Sometimes people give us way too much, and I'll cut you off if you do. But sometimes people don't give us nearly enough. Okay, so try to balance that out so we know what the situation was and what it is today.
Very good, thank you. I very much appreciate you even considering the possibility. A little history on me. I'm an actively licensed broker in the state of Michigan, so I'm new to Tennessee. I hold my real estate license there, and I've been licensed since 2003 in Michigan. So that's my real estate history. The crime dated between 2004 and 2006. As you can see on public record, unfortunately, all of the details are a matter of public record. But 2004 and 2006, the federal government said that I tricked banks into making loans on real property. So I didn't steal folks' money. I didn't receive thousands of dollars and misappropriate that. I was originating loans for rental property, and I did that on a pretty large scale. We had quite a bit of real estate. Prior to the downturn in 2008, we had about $6.5 million in real estate. So we had several hundred units. Of the 60-plus transactions, the government says that I lied on loan applications associated with 13 of those 60-plus transactions. What specifically I did, and I deeply regret at this point, is how do I describe it? Misstate my income. Almost all of those loans were stated income loans. So I didn't have to provide any kind of verification of income at that time. It was the wild, wild west of mortgage origination in that time frame. So when they asked me how much my income was, I overstated that. They would have asked me, do you intend to occupy the property? And I said yes, to get owner-occupied loan to value, and I never intended to do that. So those are the things specifically that I did. It was an absolute mistake and the worst part of my life, and that's the truth. But that was in 2004 to 2006. So fast forward to, say, 2008. I'm in bankruptcy at that point. The downturn has really negatively affected our real estate business. Delinquency and vacancy doubled for me, and I started to lose properties because we couldn't financially afford to make the payments. And I personally went bankrupt. The company closed. We lost all that we couldn't sell in a timely fashion for what was owed on the properties. And that was it. And I rebuilt a real estate brokerage in Michigan. So post-bankruptcy, I started doing BPOs, and I started selling REO properties. I started a company called One Source Realty. And that was what I did. I was still licensed at the time, licensed prior to bankruptcy. Beyond that, I was operating the brokerage, and I believe it was around 2012, middle of 2012, approximately, the federal government raided my real estate office regarding the mortgages that I had originated in 2004 and 2006. So many years had passed by. I was now operating a brokerage that I wasn't then. I was totally a real estate investor when this crime actually occurred. 3 years go by in that investigation from the time they raided my office and took all of my records until the time I pled guilty to the crime and was sentenced and incarcerated. So quite a bit of time had passed since then. It was until the raid, it was 6 years or so since the crime had occurred, and then by the time I was actually sentenced and incarcerated, it was almost 10 years. That went on for 3 years, the incarceration, and then probation was scheduled for 2. They let me off in 1 for good behavior, for lack of a better term. I followed the rules. I did what I was supposed to do. A very regrettable time in my life, but at this point, it was a very long time ago. That was in 2006 was our last loan that we originated, but I started that business, not to make excuses, as a very ignorant, very foolish 24-year-old young man. Today I'm 43 years old, and it's frustrating that it's still affecting me, but I understand totally. I absolutely not proud of what happened, but what I can tell you is I've got more than 8 years operating in the real estate industry since then, and hundreds of transactions in the state of Michigan without problem. In that time frame, and this is the last I'll say, I'm trying to wrap it up, I apologize. In that time frame, we had more than 100 transactions as One Source Realty, as my brokerage. I was the broker managing the other agents. When the FBI raided my office and took all of my records, they took all of my brokerage records as well. That is part of what forced us to become a paperless office, which is difficult in the real estate industry. But in that time frame, and the reason I'm telling you that is because they went through every single file. I've got hundreds of hours sitting with the Federal Bureau of Investigation since that raid, before I was ever sentenced, going through my individual real estate transactions, and there was no inappropriate behavior in that time frame. So I'm sorry, that was a little bit long-winded.
No, we'll flesh out some details,
Thank you.
I suspect. Ms. Franks?
Okay, so how old were you when you misstated your income, and when did this start? How old were you?
In 2006, I would have been 29 years old. So I started that business around the age of 24, but so let's say that inappropriate behavior was between 27 and 29 years of age.
Okay. Were there other people that were involved in the misstatement of income and the owner occupancy, or was it just you?
I never, yes.
Make sure the red light comes on.
Oh, okay. Yes, there was. The loan officer that was involved in all of those transactions was prosecuted before I was. And so he was prosecuted on other undesirable behavior not associated with loan origination. And as part of his cooperation with the government, he gave them access to their files, and that's why there was such a long period of time. So the loan officer people don't fill out loan applications. So all of the
Wait a minute. What do you mean they don't fill them out?
I'm struggling to describe the situation, but I knew what I was signing, but I didn't put any of the incorrect information on the loan applications.
So when you signed it, you knew you were breaking the law?
Yes.
And so did this person conspire with you knowingly? Did they help you misstate your income?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we had half a dozen national high-profile loan representatives. They called them regionals at the time, but we're talking about Washington Mutual and Countrywide and all of the subprime lenders that are now defunct in that period of time. But
you pled guilty.
Yes.
And did you get a deal to plead guilty?
Yeah, they said they wouldn't.
They reduced the sentences?
That's not why I pled guilty, and it's important to me that you know that I take responsibility for what I did. But I pled guilty to the specific crime that they wanted me to, so they wouldn't pursue all of my friends and family.
But because you were guilty?
I was guilty.
Okay, so let's move on. So you also filed documents saying that you were going to be an owner-occupant of those properties, correct?
Yes.
And you knew at the time that you were breaking the law when you
Yes.
signed those? Okay, and so you were able to go on about your business, and they really didn't find out about this until, was it about 2014?
It was about 2012.
Okay,
And
so when were you sentenced?
2014.
You were January 8th.
15.
January 8th, 2015. Okay, and so you were sentenced to 46 months and 2 years probation?
Yes.
And any restitution?
Yes, quite a bit.
And have you paid all that restitution?
No.
Okay, in your statement, you said that you didn't harm anyone, that it was done to banks, not to anyone. I really take offense to that because banks are owned by people, and people invest their money in bank stock. And so you did do harm to not a bank is just not something out here. It's a business that's owned and run by people. So I was taken back that you thought that you had done no harm to anyone by doing these crimes.
Sorry that I described it that way. That's not my intention. I certainly didn't. I certainly didn't want to default on any of those loans. As a matter of fact, we paid millions of dollars in interest over the period of almost a decade to those same banks, and I regret, as I stated, I deeply regret that. If I stated that previously, I
You stated it on August 23rd, 2019.
Okay.
All right, so now you said you've been running a business, One Source Realty, in Michigan since 2003?
I was until I was not since 2003, since about 2008. So post bankruptcy, I created that brokerage really out of necessity. I was doing broker price opinions for a living, trying to get back on my feet.
So you closed that when you were sentenced, and then?
No, I transferred 50% ownership to my who was my long-time administrative assistant who became a licensee, worked with me for years. So that business operated under his control and failed approximately, let's say, 11, 12 months later while I was incarcerated.
And you said that in the last years in real estate that you've done exceeding 100 transactions?
Over.
And what company did you do those transactions in?
One Source Realty is the name of the company. We were listing and selling REO property.
So since 2015, you've not sold anything, any real estate properties?
Correct.
Because you were incarcerated in 2015?
Correct.
And how long were you incarcerated?
Just over 3 years.
Okay. So where's your residence now?
Tennessee and Thompson Station.
Okay. Tell me about, I'll spell it to you, DOMAGA Development, LLC.
Omega Development is the name of my company that I buy, fix, and sell residential real estate. So I renovate it and I retail it. So we do that. My wife is a licensed real estate agent in the state of Michigan, has no desire to become or to pursue that profession here in Tennessee. But we have purchased property individually, but operating a brokerage, no. Acting as an agent, no. But an investor, yes.
So according to your LinkedIn page, you've been doing that since March of 2010?
That company has existed since then, but I've actually been buying, renovating, and reselling property since 1999.
So when did so you got out of prison, and what date did you get out of prison?
I was home basically April 1st of last year, 2018.
Okay, so how much do you have left on your probation? You have nothing left on your probation?
All right, they released me from probation.
Okay, so in looking at your documents that you provided to us, we see that there were several banks involved and several loans. What was the total amount that you were indicted for?
$1.35 million.
And how much of that $1.35 million have you paid back?
Very little, maybe $10,000.
Because you've been in prison and you didn't have any income.
Correct.
Okay. So if we don't give you we don't allow you to get a real estate license today, you do have a source of income in that you still have your company in Thompson Station.
Yes.
And you're flipping houses, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a contractor's license?
In the state of Michigan, I do.
Do you have a license in the state of Tennessee?
Not a contractor's license, no.
And why do you not have a contractor's license in the state of Tennessee?
It doesn't actually benefit me in Michigan. I don't believe that I will pursue that here in Tennessee. I hire licensed and insured contractors to complete all the repairs. I don't do them myself, and I don't need to pull permits myself.
So you pull no permits at all, ever?
That is incorrect. I hire licensed and insured contractors for all services, so I don't do any of the work, and all of the contractors are always licensed.
So you own a contracting business, but you don't feel like you need a license in the state of Tennessee? This work, if you're in Thompson Station and your business is in Thompson Station, then this flipping houses and the work you're doing is in the state of Tennessee, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Does a general contractor pull a permit? Do you hire a general contractor?
Yes. Always a licensed and insured general contractor that runs the entire job and pulls all required permits. And it is not a contracting business. It is a real estate investment business.
Okay.
I do not perform construction services for others.
And there was somewhere in here in these documents, it was one of the final orders that was telling you that you couldn't purchase properties or have any interest in those. Can you tell me about that?
Yes.
The special condition of your supervision?
The judge issued that order at sentencing. Because of the crime is conspiracy to commit bank fraud, the judge at sentencing, so in January of 2015, put the probation order. So while I was on probation, I couldn't originate any kind of financing, period, without the permission of probation. Probation also wouldn't allow me to act as an agent in the real estate industry in that time frame, although I held a real estate license.
That's all I have.
Mr. Diaz.
I kind of want to go back to the original sin, if you will.
Okay.
So this loan officer that you worked for, how did they present it to you when you were signing these documents? Did they tell you, if you sign this, you're committing a crime, but the chances of you getting caught are whatever ratio? I mean, how'd you get roped into this?
Well, I'm doing my best to not seem like a victim because I am guilty. I made a lot of very poor choices at the time. But the first 3 transactions I actually had no knowledge of. I'm embarrassed to say that I didn't read loan applications and I didn't read loan docs because it was hundreds of pages. So I signed them, and at the time, the loan officer that was indicted before me and for a very high dollar amount and served twice as long in prison as I did, was duping people. That was part of his crime. And I'm not saying that all of those I was ignorant in, but the first 3 I didn't know I was breaking the law. And that's the truth. But beyond that, and to speak to part of the statement that Mrs. Franks made earlier, the banks, the banks knew that those loan applications were incorrect. I want you to know that I made a terrible choice. It took me away from my family for 3 years. I've been married since '97 with 3 beautiful children. I mean, that's an incredibly difficult thing to deal with. So I did make mistakes, but the banks aren't victims. They actively pursued false applications because they hung that debt on the U.S. government. The U.S. government was insuring all of their losses at that time. They were cranking through mortgage applications because they had no financial liability in that. So I'm a fool for following their lead, and I deeply regret it. But to say that I tricked them into making loans is false. They would have given my dog a loan had he been able to sign his name in that time frame. So I'm a fool. I'm guilty. But was I ignorant? Was I misled? Yeah, I was.
I agree with a lot of what you just said about the industry at that time. But what I do disagree with is if you were misstating your income, then you were tricking them. Because if you think that they would have given you that loan anyway, then there's no reason to sign a piece of paper with a lie on it. So if you think that the truth would have gotten you to the end means, then there's no reason to put yourself in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
So, but the one question I have is the properties that you're buying and flipping and so forth, how are you acquiring most of those? Through an agent? I only ask this not because it's any of our business and we're trying to make sure all business goes through an agent. That sounds weird, but the reason I do is a lot of house flipping and a lot of these investors use tactics that as a real estate agent is not a legal, ethical what we want to promote as a tactic to get it, we buy houses and they're sending out stuff. You have to disclose more stuff than a lot of these people want to disclose on their advertising and their marketing to try to acquire these properties. Is that correct? So I'm asking because if you're using those, it may be beneficial not to be a real estate agent. You know what I'm saying? It's going to change your game. In Tennessee, I know a lot of people locally where I live use tactics and they get hammered all the time because they're licensed and they have a code of ethics and they have rules and regulations to go by, and they just can't operate like people that are hiding behind just, we buy houses, call this number, that kind of thing. So that's the reason I ask.
I appreciate that. It may sound ridiculous in this context of this conversation, but I don't cut corners. It's so much more expensive to pull permits on all your properties.
Oh, yeah.
It's so much more expensive to do it the right way. But that's what I do. As an agent, to give you some perspective, as an agent, I consistently put in the time to be a good broker. I was an active member of the Greater Lansing Association until the day that I left, until the day that I was incarcerated. I sat on the grievance committee, the MLS Forms committee, the Green committee, and I was nominated and ran for the board of directors of the Greater Lansing Association. The reason that I did that, not because it pays anything, because it does not. But that's part of me educating myself as a broker and being the best part of the industry. So I have no desire to do it incorrectly. Doing things the wrong way took me away from my children.
I got
So if the company you had been with or had started, One Source Realty, had gotten in trouble in 2017 by the state for fraud and deceit and dishonesty and lack of good moral character from the state real estate commission, you were not there at that time then. You were incarcerated in 2017.
Correct. That is correct, but I don't believe that happened, and the business had been shut down for more than a year in 2017.
Google.
So if you go to the Michigan Verify, that's what's written there about your license in Michigan. Will you repeat it, Bobby?
Yeah. Had three things. It said they were cited for rule of conduct violation, fraud, deceit, and dishonesty, and lack of good moral character.
So as part of
Has your name in One Source Realty on it.
I appreciate that. As part of I can't remember the name of the form. I think it is, it was the form that Mrs. Franks was reading from earlier. It's me describing the crime, and that says that we had a licensing complaint associated with the brokerage, and me specifically. So, unbeknownst to me, I'm incarcerated for more than a year at that time. I'm still the active broker, which is totally unacceptable. And to go beyond that, my partner at the time, his name was Eric Shagnon, and he is a licensed broker today, but then he was not. Had listings in my name, active listings in my name while I'm incarcerated, and have almost no contact with the individual. So that licensing complaint came through. I was the active broker at the time, but I had been incarcerated for, once the complaint came in, at least a year, at least 12 months. And so I responded to the claim to the best of my ability. I hand wrote a letter. I had to go through a 30-day approval process so I could make a phone call to the commission. The commission. I spoke with them over the phone, and what they basically told me is I had to show up to an administrative hearing to defend myself, which I obviously wasn't capable of doing. If I had not shown up to the administrative hearing, they were going to revoke my license. So I accepted a suspension at that time and paid a fine so I could keep my real estate license. They suspended it for a period of time. I think it was about 2 years, and I paid a $2,000 fine to the commission. This industry and this profession is important to me. I obviously wasn't part of the complaint because I was incarcerated in the state of Pennsylvania, by the way.
Okay, so let's go back to you're finding fault in the banks that gave you loans. And my husband is a contractor and developer, and I understand about what you're saying about they'd give your dog a loan if they take it. But there were specific bankers that did that, not the banks, but the bankers did that. So I want to make sure that it's clear about that the bank didn't conspire with you in this. It was an employee of the bank that conspired with you. And I also want to ask you, so now that you're buying and selling properties in Thompson Station, so are you buying and selling those properties in your LLC?
Hello? We haven't purchased any property in Tennessee, period, to date. 100% of the properties that we have worked on in the state of Michigan.
No, I'm only talking about Tennessee now. So you have down that you have been this Domage Development LLC.
Yes.
Since March 2010 to present, 9 years and 11 months.
Yes.
And you told me earlier that you're buying and flipping properties in that company. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so are you putting those properties when you buy them in that LLC?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not aware that that's a violation either then?
May not be in Michigan.
No, he's saying in Tennessee.
No, I have flipped 0 properties in Tennessee, and I've only moved here since August.
So you just misstated this on your LinkedIn.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, that's all.
Could you reread it? I don't.
I just read it to you.
It's good.
I apologize, then.
Okay, other questions? So, Ms. Mays, before you make any statement you'd like to make, have you learned anything today that you didn't already know? Okay, so.
No, sir.
Okay, so in your opinion, everything that you heard today is stuff you'd heard before?
Yes, sir.
Occasionally we get a broker in here who's kind of stunned to hear certain testimony because it wasn't disclosed beforehand, but that's not the case here.
No, he was very forthcoming when I met with him on multiple occasions.
All right, would you then tell us why you're interested in having his affiliation?
He's very remorseful, very forthcoming and honest, did not have to give me any specifics if he didn't choose to tell me, which he did choose to tell me. I feel like he paid his dues and his time. He has a passion for real estate. Anybody that holds a broker's license, I've had it for 3 years now, it is beyond just real estate. It's, it's mentoring, it's everything. And anybody that holds that, to me, has a higher standard. He has definitely made mistakes, and I think everybody has. And I think everybody should be given another opportunity.
I don't know this answer at all, but if he owes $1 million+ to the federal government or to some entity, is that going to follow you? Is it going to have, you're going to have to participate in repayment as commissions are earned? How does that going to work? Mr. Nolan, you may know the answer to that better. Yeah.
The way that they, and I'm learning myself, but the way that they do it is they audit my financials periodically, and I make monthly payments to the balance outstanding.
It's not based on income.
It is based on income. I'm sorry, I didn't. mean to cut you
I
off.
was thinking it was I thought I followed along with your conversation. There was a preset amount each month, but it's whatever the balance is, they get a piece of it.
Yes. So here's how it's happened, and I've only been working with these folks since June of 2018, because while I was on probation and while I was incarcerated, I was making separate monthly payments that weren't based on income. So we had 2 real estate closings, and they attached liens to those properties, and they took a portion that essentially was about 12.5%, about an eighth of the net, the seller's net. In addition to that, I pay a monthly fee based on my annual income. So they, as far as I can tell, they will determine what my income versus expenses, my net annual income is, and they will make adjustments to those monthly payments every year.
All right, Ms. Mays, so any statement you'd like to make? Tell us about your company, what you do for training, how you supervise, anything that you think might be helpful.
So I've been a managing broker for March 1st, it'll be 2 years, with Crylike Realtors in Spring Hill. I've been an active licensee since 2012 with the same firm, same office, never been anywhere else. Our company has an extensive amount of training. We take our ethics very seriously. I feel like our company has not only the right training, but the right leadership to help people in any situation, and especially in his. He understands. We have training classes in my office that I personally do. I have people that come in and do training classes that are beyond my expertise, as well as Crylike as a whole has Crylike College, which is run every month for 3 weeks a month. I will and plan to supervise every transaction for the first transactions minimum of Mr. Nolan's to make sure everything is done to the correctness and ethical. I am a very, very, very ethical person. So I do believe I can monitor and do right and give him the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Mays? Any other questions for either party? All right, is there
I would just say this. And you started off talking about that you felt that he was remorseful, and as I read his explanation of the events, I didn't get that feeling. And because and he refers to things, and then I'd even made myself a note when I read this earlier over the weekend that didn't seem remorseful, because just different things like when you mentioned the fraud complaint, you put quotes around the word fraud, and then you even mentioned at some point the supposed fraud. That didn't sound remorseful. And then the other point that you made at the beginning was that he'd paid his debt. Well, he's not paid his debt. I mean, he owes quite a bit of money, and it'd be a long time for that to happen. So he's not paid his debt either. And so that's just why I got concerns. Okay.
And I would just like to say that all of us have to take an oath to protect the public. Our oath is not to licensees or realtors, it's to protect the public. And so that's why you're here in the first place. When there's anyone who wants a license who's had a theft of money or a felony have to come before us to get special permission to have a license, and you have both of those things. I know this has been going on a long time for you, but I guess the reason I started Googling you and looking you up was from what Bobby said. I didn't feel like you were remorseful, and you wrote this in August of 2019. I think you have a fine broker with you today from a great company. Krylak's a great company. But I still, because of the length of time since you've gotten off probation, and then there's discrepancies on things that you're even putting online, I just don't feel comfortable, and because of the, we don't have a lot of people that come in here that spend a lot of time in prison, so that goes to the gravity of the matter, I think. I think you're on the right path of straightening out your life, though. I will say that, and I wish you only the best. I'm just worried that maybe it's a little bit premature at this date for us to go forward with it.
Okay, other comments? So I'm gonna take the opposite path. The key question for me was that he had already told his proposed broker everything he told us, because there's a lot of stuff you told us today. And when I have a question mark in my mind, it's not the applicant, it's the principal broker. I know your company. I don't know you, but I know your company. I know its history. I know its ownership. And it's all about professionalism, ethics, and honesty. And if it doesn't happen, you get rid of the people, which is a little concern to me, because I want him, if he does get his license, to stay with you and not. I need him to be with a company like that, because it's got to help his reputation as well. So if there is a motion to approve this, I'm going to vote for it. I don't know what the final outcome will be, but it's based on your company that you're affiliating with and your broker, your history. I got history that I wouldn't want to sit up there and tell you about, and a lot of times it had to do with nothing down type loans I got in the early 2000s, which were stupid loans. I don't think they were fraudulent, but we've been there, I guarantee it. So, other comments? If not, I'd like to have a motion from someone, either to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask council, if however the vote turns out, if we deny this application, what would be the next steps required by the Fresh Start Act?
So we'll go through the analysis with the 6 factors, discuss it and have a discussion of the record, how those apply to the profession, and then we'll do the Fresh Start analysis justification statement.
That happened today, or is that?
Yes, it'll happen today.
Thank you.
I'll take a motion in either direction.
I'll make a motion to approve this applicant.
Second. A motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Moffitt, that Mr. Nolan's request to proceed to get his real estate license be granted. Discussion on the motion. If you're in favor of that motion, you'll vote aye. If you're opposed, you'll vote no. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed vote no.
No.
Let's roll call this to see what we do. It's going to take 4 votes to pass.
A, Commissioner Joe Begley.
Aye.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
No.
Commissioner Marcia Franks.
No.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Yes.
Commissioner Bobby Wood.
No.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes.
It's 4-3.
Motion passes on a 4-3 vote. It can't get much closer than that, Mr. Nolan. You got a lot of work to do, but we wish you the best. Appreciate it. Okay.
And stay with her. Stay with her, because you've got a good home there.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck going home. Be safe.
Good luck to you.
Mr. Mark Green is next up on the agenda. I've been studying your facial hair, Mark, and I can't decide whether that you've shaved or.
It's the same facial hair out there.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, there used to be some on the cheeks, right?
Right.
There's some.
I read that.
He moved further south.
Yeah, well, how's your health?
Good. How about you, Mr.
Thank you for asking. It's very good.
Absolutely. I see some new
Well-
faces on our board, on our commission.
See if that microphone will come on for us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For everybody who I have not met, I'm Mark Green. I'm Deputy General Counsel for the Regulatory Boards Division, which also includes the Real Estate Commission. We had a departure in our leadership team in December when Chief Counsel Denard Mickens left us to go to the Department of Environment and Conservation, and we worked very quickly to try to fill that position, and we have. And so I wanted to come down and introduce you to our new Chief Counsel that will be taking Denard's place, Pam Spicer. Pam is a Nashville native. She's got 20 years of experience in practicing law. She's been with this department since 2016 and has been working in several different areas. She obviously has not worked with the Real Estate Commission, so she's going to be getting up to speed and working closely with Anna. We have a great deal of confidence that Pam will be able to fill in that void and be an asset to not only the Real Estate Commission but to the department. And so you will be seeing her quite frequently, and obviously we'll be working closely with Anna and Kristen and whatever new attorney we get to fill in for the loss of Kelsey Bridges that also happened in December, who went to the comptroller's office, I believe. So anyway, I wanted to come down and introduce Pam and see how you guys were doing, because I've not seen you in a few months, and hope you had a good holiday and New Year, and we'll have a good 2020.
So, Mark, so far you've called her Pam, you've called her Pamela, you've called her Miss Spicer. How should we address the new Chief Counsel?
How do you want to be addressed?
Pam Spicer is fine. I just want to say that I look forward to working with all of you.
So Pam, here, this is just a little game I play with myself right here. I try to keep track of who's in charge of who. So you got this guy named John Spear.
Right.
Yes.
He's a head dog.
Yes.
Not dog, I mean attorney. Right?
Yes, he is. He's the general counsel.
And then below him is Mark.
Correct.
And then below Mark is Pamela Spicer, or Pam Spicer.
Yes.
And then these ladies report to Pam.
Right.
Is there another level that I've left out, or is that?
No, that's it.
That's it all the way down.
That's it.
The
Now, there's-
Attorney General.
Well, but
Well,
that's a different, he's
yeah.
outside the building. We don't care about him.
Now, there's two chief counsels, so it divides out, but there's not another layer.
How many committees, not committees? what are we-
Regulatory boards.
How many regulatory boards? do you have
27.
Total. And Pamela's got how many of them?
About 13, 14?
13.
Do you have mixed martial arts?
I
She
do.
does.
I have the athletic commission, which includes boxing and mixed martial arts.
You have funeral homes?
Well, I have had funeral
Okay.
homes, yes. Barber Cosmo, debt management, credit services. I've worked on several of the boards and commissions.
Osmo, is that short for anything?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cosmetology.
Thank you. I'm just checking. I'm trying to learn all this stuff. Well, I hope you'll call on us any time, and I hope we'll feel free to call on you anytime if we need to. The only bad advice, when Mr. Denard Mickens left, he went to TDEC, which it's got to be the worst place to go ever.
We're on the record, counsel.
Yeah, I'm gonna refrain.
I mean, how does that happen? He was a good guy. How do you let that happen? Anyhow, it's a pleasure to see you guys.
It's his career, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
I know you're always glad to see us.
100%.
Thank you.
We're glad to
Good to
see
see you,
you.
Pamela.
So, Mr. Chairman, is there a reason why you and Ms. Franks asked about mixed martial arts and funeral homes?
Well, there have been a few stories about.
Yeah, we've heard some stories.
Yeah. All right, we're back on the consent agenda. Mr. Wood had pulled out number 25, and we're about ready to hit that and see what his problem with it is or concern.
I think the complaint had to do, or saying the respondent was an unlicensed property management company, and I just made myself question: were they acting like a property management company? I was trying to decide, were they just managing their own property, or were they doing it for other people, or?
Okay, so this complaint is very, I don't want to say it's confusing, but it was pretty convoluted. It seems like there's some issue between the two parties that's personal. And when I did research on this alleged company, there was no company. So I don't believe that this person, and I think he says he didn't have a company at all. I think that he keeps keys for the owners of these properties, and I think the owner owns several of these houses on this block, and I don't think it's in any formal capacity that this person's doing any property management. I think they just help their friend out with having spare keys. I reached out to the owners and no response. I haven't been able to find any support for the complainant's claims. And what I have, I just don't think we have enough to discipline this person. And because I can't reach the complainant and the owner, I don't want to be too premature in disciplining this person if I don't have all the facts that I need. So that's why I recommended dismissal.
As a property owner, that just kind of makes me shiver thinking somebody else has got access to all my rental houses. But
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'll make the.
But the other thing to that also is that this respondent, they probably are doing the maintenance for them, that kind of thing. And it said they're privately owned homes. It was one person owning all these properties.
That's what I believe. No one has confirmed or denied this, but that's what I believe.
But so I learn a lot of things at these real estate commission meetings. So this teaches me a respondent is better. This respondent did the right thing by not responding. But so now we don't have both sides of the story, and they're out of it. So, do you have a motion, Mr. Wood?
Yes. Don't be telling everybody everything.
I know.
I'll make the motion to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, second by Mr. Diaz. This complaint be dismissed. Number 25, per council's recommendation. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 32, Mr. Wood.
32 is where they were selling a lot, and then they had the wrong size of the lot when they went to sell it. And the agent's, I guess, defense was they didn't have a copy of the plat or something.
So what happened, how I read it, was this agent had a copy of it, but it was the wrong one, but it was what was provided to them by the individual who owned the plat. So I guess when they looked at it, it appeared to be what they thought was the right thing. They asked for it, and once they got it, that's what they went by. The complainants, they decided they didn't want to do a survey at all, so they just trusted the fact that this was correct. And the reason I recommended dismissal is because there's no reason that they couldn't have gotten a survey, and this agent did their due diligence to get the information that they thought they needed, and I don't think they had a way of knowing that it was wrong unless they got a survey themselves, which isn't required of them. So that's why I recommended dismissal.
I mean, I would say a buyer did have the ability to get a survey, but also I would say the listing agent had the ability to either pull up tax records or to pull up what was recorded at the courthouse. They could have done that just as easily. And when I did the math, what the people bought was a 0.19 of an acre lot, but what they thought they were buying was 0.3. And when you're dealing with small lots, that's almost 50. I mean, that's almost 50% difference. My thought is, I mean, this is the complaint was against the firm. I'm thinking what I would like to propose there be a letter of warning issued to the firm, but there would be an actual complaint opened against the agent, because that was a big mistake for them not to get a little deeper into, and that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Wood and second by Mr. Franks.
Commissioner Wood?
Yes.
With that administrative complaint be for reasonable skill and care?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But the motion that we're going to consider today, first, is to send a letter of warning to the real estate firm. Before I vote on that motion, I'd like one answer to a question. The very last paragraph says, after their closing, their real estate licensee, did this buyer have their own licensee, or is that the builder's licensee?
I'm thinking it's the buyer's licensee, but let me see if it's any clearer in the file.
Because if the buyer had his own licensee, maybe that's where the complaint ought to be opened, not a builder's licensee.
But it was advertised.
That's true.
Kind of both, really.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was in Kelsey's file. I'm sorry about that.
Once this was discovered, was the price adjusted or no?
Say that again?
Once the mistake was discovered, was the price adjusted? Did they get any money back since they got basically half of what they thought they were getting?
I got the feeling the discovery really didn't happen until after closing.
Right.
Because they got a copy of the survey at closing.
That's when they were told that they would get a copy of the survey, but they didn't ever get the copy at the closing. But I don't believe anything was adjusted. But let me.
Because a plat has to be filed for a subdivision, and that plat would show the sizes.
To get the building permit, it probably had to be.
Yeah, I mean, the selling agent should have had one, and the buyer's agent should have asked for it. You don't just willy-nilly go out there and start building on land. It had to be a plat.
To answer your question, Commissioner or Chairman Grease, I'm not 100% sure because it's not outlined in here, but I think the buyer had their own licensee.
All right, let's handle the first motion, which is to send a letter of warning to the real estate firm. I think we can get that out of the way. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, if you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. Now, Mr. Wood, you're recommending open a complaint against a licensee.
The listing agent.
The listing agent.
Listing agent.
Is there any discussion on that? Is there a second to Mr. Wood's motion that we open up an administrative complaint?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. So now the motion is to open up an administrative complaint against the listing agent involved in this particular transaction. Discussion on that. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Anything else on this case, Bobby?
No.
Okay, let's move on. 43.
43, I really don't have anything to change. I really just want to point this out because I'm afraid we're going to see more of this, and it has to do with fraud over the money for closings, and I think you were trying to maybe determine whose fault it was, and at this meeting that we'll be going to, the spring conference, they had a great person come in and speak to this last year, and I can't remember if he was with the TBI or FBI, but he talked about people just make the assumption that people break into your emails and then they just start sending stuff to you, but they said that these people have gotten a little more sophisticated. And what they do, they get into your email, and they could get into anybody's email, whether it be the agents, title companies, or mortgage persons. But they sit there and just watch your email is all they do until there's an opportunity to get in. And they've learned that if they get in the middle of agents' emails, at some point we'll sell something. And then they can jump in and get money wired. I mean, it's kind of scary. You know, these people lost $175,000.
It's very unfortunate, but it sounds exactly like what happened. This person just was waiting on the right opportunity to pounce, and I don't think it was anyone's fault. But it's just a really unfortunate situation, and unfortunately, this isn't the appropriate venue.
I mean, really, it could have been the buyer's email too.
It could have, yes.
mean,
It could have very
so-
well been the buyer getting hacked into. And, I mean, it's just nothing that we can do to.
I want to make the motion to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Diaz. The council's recommendation be adopted and case number 43 be dismissed. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Hey, Kristen and Anna, this is a general statement. It will be helpful to me on some of these cases, the facts that are stated succinctly, and then there's a recommendation to dismiss. But if I could have a sentence or two on the between the facts
Why?
and the recommendation, rationale for the
That's
that it just helps me. I can follow it quicker rather than trying to have to guess why you wanted to dismiss it. So
I'm fine with that. It'll probably help the process go by faster, so happy to do it.
it happens most of the time, but occasionally it's just facts are stated and a recommendation. So rationale is helpful. Hey, Caitlin, I knew there was one more thing I wanted to mention to you during Executive Director's report.
Yes.
The meeting next month at the Hilton, we're going to present 2 awards.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we don't forget that.
We have got the awards upstairs.
Good, good.
I figured you might not want to hold on to them.
I do
so I
not
was
wanna hold
planning
on
on
to them.
holding on to them.
I hope you do until the very moment we hand them out to Diane and Austin. Thank you. All right, we're going to go on down to, does anybody need a break? You want to take a quick break?
I would.
Let's take a quick break, 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll finish up legal. Hey. Legal report, my fault, legal report.
So, Ms. Matlock, are you doing?
Yes.
Ms. Bridges? Okay. You'll start with number 1,
Sure.
please.
Number 1 is 2019-066631. Complainant is a licensed broker, former principal broker at Firm A, where respondent was also previously affiliated. Complainant alleges that respondent forged their client's signature on a repair-replace addendum. The client, a property seller, entered into a listing agreement with respondent's former firm, Firm B. The transaction moved with respondent when they transferred their license to Firm A, although the commission still went to Firm B. Complainant states that after the transaction had closed, the principal broker for Firm A received a call from the broker at Firm B, alerting them that they had reason to believe respondent forged the property seller's signature on the repair-replace addendum. Complainant stated that before the phone call, they sat down with the respondent to discuss the idea of foregoing their commission because the repairs wound up costing the sellers more than they originally thought. Complainant stated that they also logged on to the respondent's Tarnet account and observed 2 dot loop signatures, purportedly the sellers, on an amendment to the listing agreement that were done using respondent's email address. Complainant and the firm's principal broker thereafter had a meeting with respondent where complainant states respondent denied any wrongdoing and specifically denied forging the client's signature. Complainant states the next day they logged on to Tarnet account again and saw that the document containing the forged signatures had been deleted. Respondent was thereafter terminated. Respondent admits to signing the document, but maintains they only did so at their client's direction. Respondent states they had their client's express permission to sign the document because they did not have internet access and were unable to sign themselves. However, respondent admits they have no way to prove this, and the sellers deny instructing respondent to sign on their behalf. Respondent states that at the time of the transaction, they were a new agent with little training regarding contracts, and they now realize they didn't handle the situation properly. Respondent adds that they waived their commission on the transaction. Counsel recommends discipline for the violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Sections 6213-4031 and 4033, which requires licensees to act with reasonable skill and care and to provide services with honesty and good faith. Counsel notes that respondent has no prior discipline and that they were licensed for about 1.5 years prior to the transaction. The recommendation is for a 4-hour contracts course to be completed within 180 days and not to be counted towards respondent's ongoing continuing education requirements, plus a $500 civil penalty.
Okay, so anyone have questions, comments? motions?
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Moffitt. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 2.
Number 2 is 2016-066961. Complainant is the owner and operator of a business engaged in the buying, selling, and auctioning of equipment, real estate, and other assets. Respondent is a licensed principal broker. Complainant contracted to purchase real property as well as machine equipment listed for sale in Indiana. Respondent represented the seller and the designated holder of the escrow funds per the terms of the purchase agreement. Complainant alleges that respondent misappropriated their escrow payment of $150,000 for their own personal gain. According to complainant, respondent acknowledged stealing the money and offered to reimburse the company with a piece of real property which complainant claimed to have an interest in. Complainant states they reached a written agreement to transfer the property to complainant, but respondent apparently sold it to someone else. Respondent argues that the facts as alleged do not fall under the jurisdiction of the commission because the transaction was for personal property located in Indiana and did not take place in Tennessee. In rebuttal, complainant argues that the facts as alleged do not. In rebuttal, complainant states that it was a joint sale for both personal and real property. Complainant further argues that regardless of where the property was located, respondent stole and misused complainant's escrow funds in Tennessee. The commission's jurisdiction is not limited based upon where the real property in a transaction is located. The Broker License Act defines real estate as any interest or estate in land, whether corporeal, incorporeal, freehold, or non-freehold, and whether the real estate is situated in the state or elsewhere. Council recommends the commission assess discipline against respondent for the violation of Rule 1260-02-.09 for managing escrow or trustee accounts and or Tennessee Code annotated sections 6213-312B5, failing within a reasonable time to account for or to remit any monies coming into the licensee's possession that belong to others. And the recommendation is for suspension or revocation.
Who wants to start this one?
So are we in agreement that they've stolen $150,000? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Admitted on the record.
Why wouldn't we revoke them?
I after reading this, I know that Kelsey put suspension or revocation, but based upon the facts, I believe that revocation is well warranted if they've converted over $150,000 of someone's money.
I make a motion. I make a motion that we revoke this licensee's license.
Second. Whoa.
And we have a motion to revoke by Commissioner Diaz and seconded by Ms. Torbett. Any other discussion on the matter?
What happens to, this is the principal broker, what
Yes.
happens to the company?
Well, here's the problem. This is just an offer.
Okay.
We've got an outstanding offer on a suspension for a year that's probably a year old, and it's going to go to a formal hearing. This likely will too, I expect at some point. And every once in a while, we also have this option because we see an imminent threat to the public to expedite. What is the process called?
So it's called a summary suspension.
Summary
And it's
suspension.
when the health, safety, or welfare of the citizens is at risk.
So $150,000 to me makes that sound like what you just said. Health. Something that's a threat to the public. I don't know how we get these things moving quicker. It's really.
Right. So I don't know if this is an immediate threat, as the actions have. This complaint was filed in August, and the money's already been taken now, and so we're like 6 months later out. I don't know if a summary suspension would be the route to do, but I know that. So for revocation, it would be, they would have the offer, they would receive a consent order that their license would be revoked.
Have to agree to that.
And they have to agree to that. If not, a formal hearing would be filed, which based on this time frame, the earliest we could do that is March. But I would say also that this person is principal broker too. So if we were to summarily suspend their license at this time, we have other licensees to think of as well, most likely.
If we summarily suspend his license, then we could have a hearing as early as March.
Summary suspension, I think we could do that before.
We could have a special meeting if we needed to in a case
Correct.
like that.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering why it took 6 months to get here today. I mean, I know you weren't the attorney on the thing, but this to me is serious. We don't know if they've stolen from other people any other amounts. So far, whoever it is has gotten away with it up to this point. And they're a principal broker, so they know more about real estate than most people, and they may know this system and how long it's going to take them. And any company needs to have a succession plan anyhow if the principal broker dies. So they have to get another principal broker. I'm not worried about the other agents at the company. They just have to get another principal broker, whoever the owner is.
So I'd like to just, if I could, talk about the timing for a little bit more. So what happens when we get complaints, say a complaint is filed on January 1st, it is then disseminated to the respondent via email and also via regular mail. The respondent then has 10 days to respond, but that's once they sign their certified mailing receipt. So technically they have a little bit more than 10 days, but they get the email then. And then once you receive the respondent's response, and it is then sent to the complainant to see if they wish to submit a rebuttal. And then so typically complaints aren't referred to the legal department until about 30 days after a complaint has been filed. So we're still operating about a month out, but we're working on processing our complaints faster, so it's not going to be 6 months presented before you. But we could, it's just difficult because we receive probably, I would say, at least 20 new complaints a week. We could do a precursory look at the complaints when we get them to see if there is one that we would need to see sooner. But then that's just something that we would need to discuss. And you'll have to remember that we're also down an attorney at this time too. But we do now we're doing a precursory look. Wasn't happening when it was occurring then.
Okay.
So I understand this is one that slipped through the cracks and should have been gotten to you sooner, but hopefully in the future something like this will come to you faster as we're looking at them when we get them.
In the past, we have had emergency meetings, and so, I mean, we're willing to do that. In the past, I know it was just me and another Nashville commissioner, and everybody else was on the phone, and we voted because it was an emergency situation. This person was stealing money, just as this one has, so, and has said they did it. So, and are they still the principal broker of this company? It just seems if I was the principal broker of this company and I had pled guilty to something like this, I would have found another principal broker to take my place.
Right, so I don't believe there are any criminal charges associated with it, or
Yet.
I'm unaware of it yet. So, but that's always possible. But I do know that if we were to follow this meeting and it would be the person's license is revoked and they had 30 days, we could set this for hearing for March. If they do not agree to the consent order. We couldn't even do it in February because we don't have a hearing date for February. But March is very much possible.
What do y'all want to do?
I guess as I think back on these summary situations, we had more than one complaint about the same licensee. And this is the only complaint at this point we have. So I understand the short staff nature of it, the number of complaints and that kind of stuff, but Is there a motion on the floor right now?
Chris?
Is to revoke. I'll speak to the motion with the understanding that it's likely going to result in a formal hearing. And with this amount of money, hopefully this particular complaint, if it does show up as a formal hearing, will be expedited so that we can get this resolved.
We'll work on getting that consent order sent out as soon as possible this week. We'll try to get it out.
Call for the question.
Okay, so we have a call for the question. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor to vote for revocation, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 3.
Oh, I was just going to say that this licensee is the only licensee at the firm.
Okay, good.
And the firm is still active, but there's only this licensee there.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 3 is 2019-067451. Complainant purchased a property listed by respondent, a licensed real estate firm. Complainant states that since closing on their new home, they have continuously received emails from an unfamiliar agent with the respondent firm. Complainant called the office number included in the agent's email signature and states they were told by another individual that the, quote, agent, unquote, who sent the email was not a real person at all. Rather, they were a made-up persona to help bring in more clients. Complainant later spoke with another individual who claimed the, quote, agent, unquote, was in fact a real person and former employee of the firm, and they had given the firm permission to continue using their name. The principal broker answered the complaint. They state that after complainant closed on their home, they were somehow mistakenly added to an outdated automated email list for new listing notifications. According to respondent, the email list was managed by a third-party marketing firm, which they no longer use, but they still have access to the campaign. Respondent also states that the marketing firm was responsible for creating the agent persona in the email. Respondent states they have instructed their agents to discontinue use of the email campaign and that the fake agent's name should no longer appear anywhere in any of their advertisements or communications. Included in the complaint file was an example of one of the emails, quote, sent by, unquote, by a fake agent. It includes language such as, quote, hi, recipient, check out the newest activity for insert recent search activity here. Please feel free to contact me if you would like any additional information, unquote. And, quote, call me for a free home assessment, unquote, followed by the firm's office number. And the recommendation there would be for a letter of warning.
And what statute are they?
I am assuming that this is going to be a letter of warning for misleading advertising. That's what my recommendation would be for, or confusing advertising.
Okay. We have a motion?
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Moffitt. Now, do we need anything else along with this letter of warning? Let's see, this is on the firm. So you really can't make a firm take education?
No, and the principal broker responded. So I guess I think letter of warning would be the most appropriate, as it's going to go to the principal broker of the firm.
So can I just ask one question about
Yes.
that? So when you look into this, do you look at the principal broker's history with the commission? I mean, in fact, the real estate firm is the principal broker in this case. If the principal broker, and I don't know it all in this case, had advertising violations 2 or 3 times over the last 2 or 3 years, is that something you guys even check, or you just...
Right, so we do look at the history of, to see if there has been previous violations. And
By the principal broker?
Not necessarily for the principal broker, for the firm.
Because it's a firm.
For the firm, so I can look up the principal broker to see if they could, but usually we don't have advertising violations against firms. So,
But you might have it against the principal broker. This could be an anomaly that they filed it against the company instead of the principal broker.
right, if it was filed against the principal broker, of course, we would look at their
Sure.
history for that.
So maybe if it is in the future filed by a real estate firm, if you could just quickly jump over there and look, does the principal broker have anything that's similar? I think that would be helpful to the commission.
Problem?
My question to that is, do you keep track of the complaints that we dismiss also, or just the violations? Because if someone gets complaints and we're dismissing some of those, but if there's 20 complaints in the last 12 months, maybe there's fire where there's smoke type deal.
So when we look up an individual in our licensing system, and we look at under the in their enforcement tab, so where we can see what discipline has been taken, we can see whether it's been dismissed or whatever the disposition of it is. So if it resulted in a letter of warning, or if it resulted in a consent order, we can see what
dismissal?
what that was for, correct, or
dismissed.
dismissal.
So it would show up that there had been complaints, but they had all been dismissed.
Right, so if it showed up as dismissed before, if just like, for example, Joe Smith is looking and he has a complaint filed against him, but he's had 3 other complaints that were filed before, but they were all dismissed, their disciplinary history for you is going to show up as none because they haven't received any discipline.
But we're saying we would like to know that.
You like
Right.
to know if
I mean,
Yeah.
if we're kind of
If
being
there's a
lenient,
pattern.
if we're kind of being lenient on the dismissals some, but we keep getting the same person keeps getting things, but they keep getting off, then we'd kind of like to know, like, well, there's been 10 different people that have filed complaints of misconduct in the last 12 months. Maybe we need to look into this a little more, push this a little more. Do y'all?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for a letter of warning. Motion by Commissioner Diaz, seconded by Commissioner Moffitt. So are you ready to vote?
So what was wrong? So what did they do wrong? If they, I mean, say to me it's junk mail. So they sent out some junk mail. Is it that they put an agent's name on it that really wasn't there?
I think the reason, yes, is because the agent that no longer works with the firm, but they're still a real estate agent elsewhere. So to me, if it said that you were working in that firm, Commissioner Wood, but you actually don't even work there anymore, I think it would be confusing who you would contact. Like, why is your name still being used on an advertisement?
So if they just sent it and put the name of their brokerage on it, it'd been okay?
Right. I think it's because they're using a name.
Misleading
And it's not even a
information.
fake name, it's an old employee's name that is an active licensee.
Okay, so the statement that it was a persona that was invented, that's not true?
Apparently not, no.
Okay.
All right, ready to vote? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 4, and that goes to Ms. Kristen.
2019-070711. Complainant is an out-of-state resident. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant alleges that they contracted with respondent to sell their home on June 19, 2019. The listing went live on June 20th, 2019, and respondent showed the property while tenants still occupied the property and as they were moving out. Complainant received a call from respondent telling them that they received 2 cash offers. One offer was $10,000 over the asking price, and the other was $9,000 under the asking price. Respondent advised that complainant should take the cash or the offer should take the over asking price cash deal to avoid the appraisal process. Complainant accepted the cash offer that was $10,000 over asking price at the advice of the respondent and signed the offer. The listing status was changed depending on the MLS, so no new potential buyers could inquire. A few days later, respondent sent them a new contract from the buyer, then called complainant to let them know that the buyer did not have cash to buy the house and needs to finance the house with a conventional loan or mortgage. The new contract also expanded the closing date. This meant that the home would have to go through the appraisal process. Complainant asked respondent whether they had checked for proof of funds prior to accepting the offer. Respondent advised that they did not. Complainant did not want to go through with the transaction because of the conventional loan. Complainant terminated the contract and asked respondent to remove the listing on July 7th of 2019. Respondent did not remove the listing until July 18th of 2019. When respondent removed the listing, complainant asked for the key to be returned as well on August 2nd. Respondent did not return the key until August 15th. Complainant attached the listing agreement. Respondent filed a response stating they listed the home on June 20th, and on June 22nd of 2019, they secured a contract to sell the home. On June 27th of 2019, the buyer decided to change the financial terms of the contract from cash to a conventional loan. Respondent mentioned to complainant that their net proceeds would be the same amount whether the buyer purchased with cash or a conventional loan. On July 7th of 2019, complainant told respondent not to trespass on the property and not to show the property to any other individuals. Respondent states that the complainant still wants to sell the property and mentioned that they hired another real estate licensee. Respondent's principal broker filed a complaint filed a response stating that they employ licensed agents as independent contractors. Their affiliate brokers are designated to negotiate terms and execute listing agreements with clients under their direct supervision. Complainant filed a rebuttal stating that they did not tell respondent they wanted to list the property with a different real estate licensee. Complainant states that respondent committed ethical violations by not following their instructions. Complainant states that at the time of filing this complaint, respondent still had not let them out of their listing agreement. Complainant hired an attorney to represent them in their release from the listing agreement with respondent. Complainant attached text messages and emails between the complainant and respondent. Counsel reviewed the attachments. It appears that the buyers were unable to fulfill the cash offer and instead had to switch to a conventional loan. It does not appear that the respondent was aware of this beforehand. It appears that complainant asked respondent to remove the listing on July 7th of 2019. It does not appear that the listing has been removed. Complainant filed additional information stating that respondent filed a civil lawsuit regarding the listing agreement. I recommended a letter of warning regarding the duties owed to clients because the respondent just wasn't doing what the client asked in terms of taking their listing off and taking their name off. So I think it would be appropriate to just remind them of their duties owed to their clients.
Bobby?
When the sellers signed a listing agreement with the agents and the agency, they had a duty to fulfill that agreement. And just because the seller changes their mind or something, the listing agent does not have to let them out. And do you know if that listing agreement is the Tennessee, did they send you a copy of one? Is it the one that the Tennessee Association of Realtors has?
Let me see how.
I thought the same thing too, Bobby.
Bilateral.
So it's on a R form.
Okay.
The question.
And I don't know what line numbers, how our line numbers will match up, but I'm on line 75 of the copy that I've got of one of those, because it says, should the broker consent to release the listing prior to the expiration of the term of this agreement or any extensions, seller agrees to pay all costs incurred by broker to market property or other amount as agreed to by the parties as a cancellation fee, in addition to any other sums that may be due the broker. Seller agrees to pay all reasonable attorney fees together with any court costs and expenses which real estate firm incurs in enforcing any of seller's obligations to pay compensation under the listing agreement. And there's nothing else in that document that says if the seller changes their mind, they're out. I mean, it's a mutually a two-party agreement, a bilateral agreement. So, I mean, I don't, just because the seller wants out, I think it's a misnomer in the business. If they want out, they're out. And
It's a
that's not true.
contract.
It's just like a contract. You can't be in the middle of a contract and the seller goes, I changed my mind. I don't want to sell it to those people. There can be repercussions for that. And that's
Well,
what this is too.
I don't necessarily think they should be let out of the listing agreement, but I guess my thought was just that there were a couple of things in here that I thought were just wasn't really on the up and up on the respondent side, but I will defer to you guys on.
So what are those, though?
The fact that they wouldn't return their key to them, the fact that they wouldn't take their name off of or take down the MLS listing at all after requesting it.
But that form says they have the right to put it in the MLS also.
And the form says they have the right. I mean, then the sellers are supposed to make the property available.
Well, that's why I just said a letter of warning. I didn't think it warranted formal discipline, but I will defer to you guys on that.
I guess we're not seeing what they did wrong at all.
Okay. That's what
Unless there's something that you see that we should pick up on.
And I'll make the motion to dismiss.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Woods and a second by Commissioner Diaz that we dismiss this case. Any other discussion on this? Ready to vote? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 5.
Okay. 2019-07-1171. Complainant is a Tennessee resident. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant alleges that respondent was not truthful during the real estate transaction. Complainant entered into a repair agreement under false pretenses on June 3rd of 2019 after respondent stated that there were damages that pose a hazard and implied an electrical issue. Complainant filed an insurance claim with the understanding that the payout would cover all repairs. Respondent allegedly informed complainant that the repair person finished the job despite their requests for them not to. Complainant states that respondent had them sign a temporary occupancy agreement as well as a lease agreement on May 23rd of 2019, even though only one was necessary. Complainant questioned respondent about the differences between the two documents, but respondent was unable to tell them the differences. Complainant alleges that respondent worked more for the buyer than for them and caused them to lose $45,000. Respondent filed a response stating complainant initially wanted to list their home for $325,000, which respondent thought was too high. Complainant was also upset that respondent would not list their home as a 5-bedroom, as their home technically has 5 rooms with closet, but it is not. I'm not sure what it's not.
Perk.
For the mini homes. I thought I made a typo, but never mind.
That's right.
Respondent told complainant that they couldn't legally list complainant's home for 5 rooms because it did not truly have 5 bedrooms, and they would not lie. Respondent states they agreed to list the complainant's home for the $325,000 they wanted to list it for initially. Respondent states complainant bought the home for $270,000 in September 2017 as is, and nothing had been done to the home to justify the price increase. After listing the home, no offers were received from the end of February to April. Respondent spoke with complainant and got them to agree to list the home at $289,000. The home was contracted for $285,000 after the listing price was changed. Upon inspection of the property, they found fungal growth in the crawl space and other issues. It will ultimately take an estimate of $100,000 to remove and repair the damages in the home. This resulted in the contract being rescinded. Respondent reached out to another potential buyer who was an out-of-state resident. The potential buyer wanted to purchase the home but could not do so until the out-of-state home sold, which was scheduled to close in October of 2019. Respondent spoke with the complainant about this, and they agreed to enter a lease purchase agreement with the potential buyer with the agreement that the home will be sold as is and scheduled to close on March 1st of 2020. Respondent alleges that complainant agreed to remove the fungal growth and received a quote for $3,900. However, the parties ultimately agreed to decrease the price of the home and allow the buyer to take care of the fungal growth. It was also discovered that duct work needed to be completed, in which the contractor quoted $7,600. Respondent informed complainant of this, and complainant advised that they would file an insurance claim to cover it. The contractor verbally agreed that they would take whatever the amount of the insurance check would be. When the check was sent from the insurance company, the contractor started work on the property. Upon receipt of the insurance check, complainant forwarded the check to the contractor. The contractor asked where the rest of the money was, as it did not cover the quoted price of $7,600. Respondent contacted complainant to inform them that they needed to pay the remaining balance, and that respondent must have misunderstood the contractor's statement that they would make it work for whatever the amount of the insurance check was. Respondent stated that they lowered their commission from 4% to 6% to allow for complainant to cover the remaining balance. Since the contractor had not finished the work, complainant asked for the contractor not to complete the work. Respondent states that they communicated this with the contractor, however, the contractor did not follow instructions and completed the work as they felt bad for leaving the buyer without air conditioning. Respondent informed the complainant of this, and the complainant was upset. So I recommended a civil penalty of $500 for failure to exercise reasonable skill and care. It seems like the respondent was speaking with the contractor and not really getting anything in writing, and was either misrepresenting things to the complainant, which put them kind of in a bad position. And I think it's important as licensees for them to make sure they're communicating the proper information to their clients and or getting information in writing and not just going off of verbal promises.
So this agent was a dual agent or a facilitator?
I believe so. Let me look at the file. That's how it seemed to me.
Complainant alleges that respondent worked more for the buyer than for them and caused them to lose $45,000.
I don't know if they were a facilitator. I think they just represented this complainant who was selling their home.
Do you have a buyer's representation agreement in the record?
I'm looking for it.
And I think you meant that they reduced their commission from 6% to 4% instead of from 4%.
I'm sorry. Yes, from 6% to 4%.
I'm going to try that line. I'm going to reduce my commission from 4% to 6%.
I like that. I like that.
See how that works.
I don't have the documents in the file they didn't put it in the file for me.
But you have nothing also to indicate that
I don't have
they were representing that second buyer that they brought in?
second buyer.
So commissioners remind me.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's not anything in here that would suggest that.
Commissioners remind me, if there's no buyer's representation or seller's representation agreement, don't they default to a facilitator status at that point?
No, they better have one. It's required to have one.
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying
She doesn't
I don't
have
it in
it.
the file. It's not in the file.
Okay, well, but the complainant certainly feels like it was their agent.
That's how it comes off to me.
Okay.
And it almost sounds like there's a problem with the contractor and the insurance people more than it is.
To me, the problem is the agent is doing work the agent shouldn't be doing.
Right.
On God.
Right.
And I'm not sure that's a violation of the Broker Act for being stupid. Because, I mean, basically the guy cut his commission or lady by a third, according to this testimony here, because he was or she was trying to be helpful facilitating repairs. It's not the role of an agent to do the repairs.
And
So-
I guess I just think that because they just weren't more careful in how they were moving forward with getting these repairs facilitated, that's just not, they didn't exercise a proper reasonable skill and care, in my opinion, but I'm not a licensee.
I got it, but they shouldn't have been involved in that
in the first place,
in my opinion. I've got more trouble doing things that I thought were helpful that turned out to be nothing but a real problem. That's what's happened to this agent, I think.
And we've discussed a million times how y'all do this every day. So I'm not saying that I'm always right or that I'm not willing to hear your side of it. It's just looking at it from in a vacuum with what I have. That's just kind of what I think. But I'll defer to you on this one because I don't do this every day.
See, I thought the agent, I felt good about the agent that that the sellers want them to list the property with a certain number of bedrooms that legally they couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But the agent was steadfast in no, we have to go by the rules. So that made me have a good feeling about this agent. Now, but I kind of walked away with the problem was the contractor that they hired, and that the contractor was, hard of hearing or greasy or something.
I'm inclined to agree, but I just don't want it to set a precedent that, you move in this type of way and you make all these agreements verbally and then, someone ends up in a bad position because you didn't, you try to be too helpful or you didn't cover yourself. So maybe not a civil penalty, but perhaps a letter of warning. But I just don't want people to move forward or licensees to move forward and make these mistakes in the future.
And I say it to my agents, and I've said it for years and years and years, if it's not written, it's merely conversation. So this licensee had no obligation to handle these repairs for this person. I think out of the goodness of their heart, they were trying to help them, and sometimes you try to help people and they come back and bite you in the end.
Well, and I think, the observation that Commissioner Wood has made in the past, this is a new agent, so just about 2 years. So it seems to be a frequent mistake for new agents that they get into that.
Helpful.
Yeah, they get caught in that loop.
So would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to dismiss.
I'll second that. Although I'd like to make a motion for something to do with being stupid, but I don't know how to work that in.
My daddy always says you can be anything, but don't be stupid.
Well, you can be stupid, too.
Okay, so we have a motion to dismiss by Chairman Grease and Commissioner Wood, and seconded by Chairman Grease. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 6.
See if you go to the recommendation on this one.
And can we jump down to the recommendation on number 6?
Oh, yeah. So this just appeared to be more of a home improvements issue for that licensing board. So my recommendation was to dismiss and refer it to the home improvement.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Right. We have a motion by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Wood. What I wanted to ask is there a separate board for home improvement instead of contractors?
Contractor, sorry.
Okay. I didn't think there was a different one.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My eyes get really tired after a while.
It's all right, Kristen. You can create a commission.
It's not noon yet.
Depends on where you're from.
I think I was reading home improvements the whole time in the complaint that I just completely missed it. Sorry.
All right. So, and the motion was to dismiss, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and refer to the.
All right. So let's vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries
Not
unanimously.
to dismiss, to accept council's recommendation.
Not to dismiss, to accept council's recommendation to refer to the contractors licensing board. Okay.
Actually, my fault again.
It was
to
dismiss and refer,
to refer,
yeah.
it's both.
Okay.
My fault.
Okay. All right. Should we do this over then?
No.
Okay. Everybody cool with their vote?
We're good.
Okay. Did we vote?
Yes.
We did.
Okay.
Unanimously.
Okay. All right. So move on to number 7.
All right. Complainant alleges that, number 7, 2019-07-2151. Complainant alleges that respondent is over 90 days past due on providing them with rent money from properties that respondent manages for them. Complainant states that the rent money is to be provided on the 45th day after rent is paid. Complainant states that the complaint or that they have emailed and called asking respondent to provide the status of the rent payments. Complainant states that in July 2019 they informed respondent that they wanted to terminate their management agreement. Complainant then received rent money directly from the tenant for August. Respondent agreed to send the check send the back rent due for May, June, and July, as well as the deposit and maintenance fees. Complainant attached several email correspondence they sent to respondent weekly inquiring about the rental payments. To date, the respondent has not filed a response, and my recommendation was a $1,000 civil penalty for failure to properly maintain escrow accounts. And I wanted, while I'm on this one, and we'll get to it, but number 9 is the same respondent, and I'm going to change my recommendation on that. But because we've gotten several complaints about this person regarding their mismanagement of the funds, I think it would be appropriate to assess a civil penalty for the failure to maintain the escrow accounts.
But plus, they didn't respond.
And they didn't respond.
So that's 2. And how many properties were there?
So far, it's just, I'm not sure for that particular person because it's 2 different complainants with this
Well, it
same
says on this one, rent money from properties.
Yeah, so I'm
Plural.
not sure how many properties this particular complainant.
So you know it to be at least 2 then?
At least 2.
Okay.
But that's not for this complaint. I know it's one, well, I know it's more than one for this complaint. I just
We're on number 7, right?
Yeah,
There's more
we're
than
on
one.
number 7.
Okay,
It's-
so we
it's
know
more
there's
than
at
one.
least 2. Mr. Wood?
I mean, I'm thinking we got a couple problems here. One, failure to maintain the escrow accounts properly. You've also got failure to respond. And then I'm also, I mean, there seems to be a pattern here. I mean, I'm thinking suspend their license.
So also, and let me double check, but I think this respondent's license has expired. And it hadn't expired at the time this complaint was filed.
Now,
But-
this is number 7 saying it's
Number
expiring in 2020 in August.
Oh, well, maybe I'm thinking about the wrong person. Hold on.
Wait, it-
9 has expired,
Okay, that may be where you're thinking.
Yeah, 9
It's
expired.
but 7 is not.
It's the same, well, no,
This is the firm. It's one we're talking about. You're there. We got you rattled. We're okay. You're okay.
if, the firm would be the principal broker, and the number 9 is the affiliate broker.
Sorry about that. I just remember seeing that respondent's name twice on 2 different complaints.
Okay, so we have escrow, failure to respond.
And then maybe even suspend the license.
Well, I want to go back to what we talked about a little bit earlier, the summary hearing. I mean, we decided not to do that with the one guy and $100,000 plus.
150.
So it sounds to me like we have at least a couple of complaints against this particular licensee that has to do with money.
While they're talking, this is another question. When this is opened, should it actually be against the firm, or should we start having centralized complaints open it up against?
I would say principal broker.
The firm is really not.
Yes.
I mean, because the firm, you can't make a firm take a class. A broker, you can. I mean, the firm, what does the firm itself ever really do?
Well, they can pay a penalty.
I know they can pay a penalty.
It can pay a penalty.
So this one could be the firm and the principal broker. We could open a
Have to open it up
case.
against PB. That's final decision how to handle it.
We're waiting for our attorney's advice on this. Plural.
I think we need to go back and get more. Yeah. Get 2 or 3 more in here, we'll get a decision, won't we?
We'll get 5 different versions. Okay, thank you.
Hasn't blown up any churches, has he?
I was going to say, how's the stock market?
Yeah, didn't like it.
Trump's
I was
So do we have a disagreement amongst our attorneys?
No, there's not a disagreement. It's just, so when we were, the first problem we have with this is, as Kristen was saying before, with this person, apparently we have sent out an investigator to investigate the situation, and we can't find them. So that's something that has already been sent out before.
Wait a minute, their firm, you can't find their,
Well, the actual person who is responsible for maintaining these properties. So that person is not found and can't be found, but the firm is still going, as far as I know.
But also so typical, like going back to summary suspension is something you were talking about before. Summary suspension, as I was saying before, the problem that we have is the immediacy portion, the immediate need to suspend someone, and the immediacy with these complaints is kind of far removed from this.
Doesn't the fact you can't find the principal broker speak to the immediacy of it?
Well, if we can't find them, like do they have? I think the person has to be. Do they have to be president?
Oh.
The person, we have to serve and notify
Yep,
the
serve 'em.
person of the summary suspension. So if we can't find them,
well, anybody could sign
Is
it.
it the principal broker we can't find or this licensee we can't find?
This is a firm complaint, so
Well,
we're
no,
talking
but
about the
on
principal.
number 9's who they can't
Right.
find, right?
Can't find this
Number 9.
person on number 9. I'm trying.
That works for number 7.
Right.
Right.
So,
But you did find number 7.
so my question to you would be: who would we suspend? Can't summarily suspend a firm.
I would think that we would need to know who the checks were written to,
Okay.
because typically, if my firm is managing property, I wouldn't have them write the checks to the agent. So, is everybody else?
I mean, you would think it would be in an escrow account
To the firm.
to the firm.
Yeah.
The firm escrow
It's
account.
usually not written to the principal broker or the licensee, so you just a little more, I mean,
I think you could summarily
you know what I'm saying?
put them down with
Is that right,
same
Jeff?
effect.
Who?
Firm.
The firm.
Firm.
Person's either committed fraud.
If the firm's no longer there, then there are no affiliates.
Are there any other agents at this company, or is it just a one-person operation?
Sorry, can you
Or
repeat
were
that?
there any other agents, or are there just a one-person operation?
I can determine.
Okay.
You can look that up.
Okay.
Because
Look
this
it up.
money's been owed since May, the May, June, and July, and they said they would send it, but they never have. And so we're not looking for the affiliate to send it. We're looking for the principal broker to send that money.
Right.
Because it should have been in an escrow account. Whether they put it in an escrow account or not, that doesn't, that's secondary to this.
So, I don't think we've ever. I mean, I have not. And I just conferred with Pam, Kristen. We haven't summarily suspended an entity before. It's typically people. So.
All right, breaking new ground.
So is the complainant on 7 and 9 the same?
No.
Okay, well, so
That's
there's
my point.
multiple,
They're
yeah.
They're more.
So that was kind of my thing. That was kind of my point. Like, this person has multiple complaints from multiple people, and it doesn't end here. On the next one, this person's going to come up again, like in the next meeting. Like, it's just,
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter to me if they've got 100 agents at that company. To me, it's the principal broker and the affiliate, and we could take care of the. Would we have to open a case against the principal broker since this is against the firm? What? We hear it all the time. We hear it all the time.
Somebody called an investigator, can't find a person.
Okay, so the firm
I'll find one.
the firm is closed.
Oh, the firm is closed.
That's it.
And people are still out of money.
Okay, so it sounds like it needs to go to the DA's. What?
So like there are a number of different issues here that I think if the firm is closed, there's no immediate harm to summarily suspend someone. So that's not an issue. The affiliate broker, we cannot find them. So in order for us to hold a summary suspension, you have to find someone. We can't do it if we can't find you. So that's the issue that we're left with here.
So maybe the complainant is the one who needs to file criminal charges,
It is,
not us.
I think so. I think they would probably be like the criminal or civil charges that need
Right.
to be filed otherwise. So
Or both.
we obviously can't tell them like, hey, file a civil lawsuit, but we can tell them like in the closure, if we were to close a complaint, hey, this is something that maybe you may want to look at in a civil or criminal capacity. So I think as the firm is closed now, I don't think that summary suspension would be appropriate. Sure.
So now that the firm's closed, I mean, could we revoke the license? Because what happened earlier when we were talking and they'd Googled and saw that the guy earlier had his stuff revoked. When somebody goes to verify, and the next person they're going to manage property for or whatever, it may look a little different if it's been revoked than if it's just been closed. So it might help the public.
My recommendation would be not to revoke their license because there isn't a license to revoke because it's closed, but to close and flag the complaint. So if this person were to apply for a real estate license or a firm license again, then we would be notified and they would have to come talk to us or something.
They'd have to come
of the sort.
before us.
We can do that. We can close and flag the complaint. I think that would be the most appropriate. We can't revoke a license that no longer exists.
So the new recommendation would be to close and flag as opposed to
I think-
assessing a civil penalty?
I think that would be
But just for the firm.
just.
We're
sorry,
just on
can you
number
do-
7 now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we do both?
Can you do the civil penalty and
The firm is closed, so I don't think civil.
Well, it was legally closed, not revoked, and not suspended, so they closed it themselves.
Correct.
so even if it wouldn't make sense, I guess, and you correct me if I'm wrong, to assess a civil penalty when we know they're not going to get the letter and they're not going to pay it because they're closed.
So, just so I'm clear, so when you close a firm, the license goes away? Is that,
Right. So you don't have an active license.
so you don't have an
anymore.
active license?
And so when we close and flag it, and if it's flagged and the way I would want it flagged is this person, whoever this principal broker was, not just the firm, because I can open up as Nashville Realtors tomorrow, and so is there a way that we can flag the person, not just the firm name?
Also, so when we get to the number.
No, the principal broker is on this one, number 7. That's who I'm wanting flagged is the principal broker. I know, but what I'm saying is we close and flag it. I don't want it to just be closed and flagged with just the firm's name. I want the principal broker's name on there too.
But isn't
because
8
they
the
can
principal
open up
broker?
another company.
Isn't 8 the principal broker?
I don't know about 8.
If you wanted to take an action against a principal broker, we don't have a complaint against them, so we need to open a complaint against the person. So it could be that we close and flag this complaint and open a complaint against the principal broker, and then we do whatever, and then we can fast track whatever that is whenever it's filed, so it gets to you sooner.
So I have a question
Yes.
about that too. I think along Ms. Franks' concern, if it's flagged, but it's just flagged by the name of the real estate firm or the license for the real estate firm, and this person opens a new real estate firm under a new name, there's no way that anybody's going to notice that it's flagged. I think is the concern that you have is
Yes.
how does that flagging stick with the person?
We have to open a complaint against the person.
And are they
first.
still licensed?
We can find that out.
That
We
would be
can
the
work
next
on that.
step, because we can't.
So is number 9 that we've referred to, is that the principal broker or just somebody that worked in that office?
Affiliate worked in the office of number 7.
Yeah.
That's what, is that correct?
It says affiliate.
That's my thing.
Is that the principal broker?
No.
Well, I know that's not legally termed, but
It's shown.
is she, has it been termed?
If I can just address the close and flag, just so, because I think you had some questions about that. The close and flag follows the license number, so that's why I think they're saying that you'd have to open a complaint against whoever, have that addressed on a legal report, and then whatever the recommendation was that you all adopt. Whether it's discipline on the record, a letter of warning, dismissal, close and flag, that follows the license number.
The only reason I'm asking about number 9 is we don't need to open that complaint if that is the complaint, and we can just do it on number 9. Or next month, she's saying there's another issue with the same group. Is that the principal broker? I mean, can
And
we
that's
tell
what I'm
who's
trying
who?
to figure out. If the person's listed as the affiliate broker, but I'm looking at the management agreement, and then it has it has the realty management company, and the person who is in number 9 is listed as owner. So I'm trying to figure out who the actual principal broker.
Because we need to look on the
Yeah.
verify their license.
And so
Who's
that's what we're-
the principal broker and who's the affiliate? And they're handicapped because neither one of them had this case to.
Can we come back to this
Yes.
one? Let me work on
Yeah,
getting
we can
your
come back to it.
answers. Okay.
We can't find it.
Y'all want us to go to verify?
No.
Okay. We're going to leave this one
To defer, move on to 8.
and.
Second.
Well, let's take, what about the recommendation we close and flag case 7?
Is that a motion?
I'll make
And to open a complaint on principal.
Okay, let's just get this one piece out of the way. Close and flag case 7. That's my motion.
I'll say.
Okay, so we have a motion by Chairman Grease and a second by Ms. Torbett. And the motion is to close and flag. Are we all together on that?
We are.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I have another motion. However, I'm confused about this investigator.
Confused about what? I'm sorry.
The investigator.
The investigator.
Okay.
Who or what could he not find?
Couldn't find
The affiliate
the
broker,
affiliate
number 9.
broker who's connected with this firm.
To go looking for the principal broker.
And then they also went to this particular firm, and it was no, it wasn't operating. So they couldn't even go in to ask anyone questions.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we open up an administrative complaint against the principal broker associated with this firm at the time of closing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Chairman Grease and a second by Commissioner Torbett that we open an administrative complaint against the principal broker. And you do know who that person is, right?
They will.
So we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
But we can find it out.
Okay, all right, so that's our motion. Any other discussion on that piece? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, number 8.
Okay, 2019-07-2551. Complainant is an anonymous individual. Respondent is a licensed principal broker. Complainant alleges that respondent's license expired on August 4th of 2018, but they have continued to practice real estate for the last year. Complainant alleges that respondent has been notified of their expired license, but the respondent states the commission allowed them to continue practicing. Complainant states that respondent is also the managing broker and their company also does property management. Respondent filed a response stating that it is true that their license expired, but it is not true that they made the statement that the commission allowed them to continue practicing. Respondent states that they noticed that their license expired on August 26th of 2019. They immediately contacted the commission and found out that their license expired due to failure to complete continuing education. Respondent was informed that they had to retake both the national and state exams. Respondent states that they were able to take the exams on September 7th of 2019 and passed. Respondent has also updated their information and paid their fees. Respondent attached the PSI examination. Recommendation of a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity.
Any discussion or a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Wood and a second by Commissioner Moffitt.
It seems like there should be a little more spanking from what they did, but I just don't know what it is. So
Is it not true? It's like 2 weeks is how long the license was?
So the complainant says that it had been expired from August 4th of 2018, and then they didn't notice till August 26th, 2019.
And this is the principal broker.
And that's why they had to take the whole
They had to take the whole thing over.
because it was a year.
I got it. I saw
So,
the
so
license expired.
this person not only continued acting as a licensee, but as a principal broker in this office. So I think we at least need to add to it that principal broker core class. Usually classes makes people madder than $1,000 anyhow, so, and it sounds like they need it more than the money anyhow.
You want to do the 180 days?
Yes, with 180 days. But now, Mr. Wood, does that,
I'm fine with that.
okay,
I'll second that motion.
all right. Okay, so we have, the motion is for a $1,000 penalty and the principal broker core class within 180 days. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, so number 9, are we going to bypass number 9 and come back to it also?
Is that a close and flag?
Number 9, want to come back to it? I guess that we were trying to figure. Well, I guess we were just trying to figure out the principal broker for the.
The principal broker has voluntarily surrendered their license.
So we can address number 9.
Oh, wait a minute. So they didn't retire it? They didn't expire it?
So the firm is closed and the principal broker of the firm voluntarily surrendered. The affiliate is in an expired grace status. Their underlying status is retired. So they will continue to be expired if they take no action within the next year.
So when did they expire?
The affiliate expired in December.
Yeah. All right, so I don't think we need to take a chance on them just expiring. And since we still have the authority to give them a civil penalty, even in that status.
Whack them, let's whack.
I'm just wondering if right here on the affiliate broker, if they weren't turning in checks to this principal broker and this firm that's no longer, and they're just kind of caught in the cross. I mean, you'd like to hear their story because, you know what I'm saying? Well, how could they get $31,000 made out to them? I mean, they've committed fraud and depositing checks and signing fake names. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't turn a rental check. You think the rental?
But it didn't say they were made out to this person.
Well, I'm not dealing with a child either. It was licensed since 1987, so.
And what?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I mean, if
Okay, so we know there's 6 rental properties.
yeah, that's a question.
Okay, and so That's 6 different. But we only, all they have on here is failure to respond, and that's only one charge. You can't times 6.
That to the, I wanted to change that to failure to maintain the escrow accounts because I noticed that they were related up under that other firm. So my
But it's
recommendation.
an affiliate. The affiliate has no escrow account.
And, yeah, so never mind.
Okay,
No,
but
no.
is there not improperly handling of funds?
that's one.
Okay, so and that where our issue is, improperly handling of funds?
That's
Immediately
the,
remitting money that is owed, like that's
Right.
held by another person, yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right, so can you try a motion here?
Yes.
Okay, so I got improperly handling of funds for their clients times 6 at $1,000, and there's 6 times that we've known it here because there's 6 properties.
Okay?
Plus $1,000 for failure to respond. So it's a total of $7,000.
So my question is,
Let me second that.
Okay, so
A motion.
we have a motion by Commissioner Wood and a second by Commissioner Grease. In discussion.
like Marcia, your affiliate brokers can't remit any funds to anybody on your behalf, can they? That's what I'm saying. Are we targeting the wrong person? If I had clients and I'm turning my stuff in as I'm supposed to turn it in, and my broker's a crook and lets his license go and takes all the money, I can't remit funds anyway. I'm an affiliate broker.
Let me tell you what I think could have happened.
That's a good point.
So there are brokers who allow their agents to just be their own independent property managers. So they sell a house to an investor. Investor says, find me a tenant. They go and find a tenant. The investor pays that broker directly. Not that he can legally.
There's whole business models
Yeah,
for that.
pays that. And then the guy gets paid a percentage for collecting the rent, taking care of security, deposits, taking care of maintenance.
Using his license.
In this case, I don't know if that's what happened or not, but we might get his attention where we can at least get some.
If he would have responded, he could have defended himself.
Right. And improper handling, we know that to be true.
So it might not be the broker at all. It might be the agent was running the
Let them
side
fight it
business.
out.
Yeah.
It almost leads me to believe that it was the agent because it looks like real quickly the brokers decide to wash their hands and close up and get out.
and I will tell you, in the prior complaint number 7, this affiliate broker, they did all the communicating with this person and made promises to them about getting their money to them and getting their checks cashed and things like that. So it really doesn't seem like the principal broker had been involved in this whole fraudulent situation. It looks like this affiliate broker, even when, I don't know what the reason was for the principal broker closing up, but it looks to me like when it closed, this affiliate broker saw a window to
Keep going.
just keep doing whatever they're doing and defraud people. But I don't know that for certain. That's the vibe that I get.
But their problem is they didn't respond and tell us or defend themselves. All right, so we have a motion on the table by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Grease, for improper handling of funds times 6, and also failure to respond for $1,000. So it's a $7,000 penalty. Do we have any other comments?
Call the question.
All right, we have a call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 10.
2019-074641. Complainant is an anonymous individual. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant states that respondent has a billboard that does not comply with the advertising rules. Complainant alleges that the licensee's name is larger than the firm's name. Respondent filed a response admitting that they violated the advertising rule by having their name larger than the firm name. Respondent is in the process of getting the billboards corrected. Neither party provided pictures of the billboard, but since the respondent admitted it, I would recommend a $500 civil penalty.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to accept council's recommendation of a $500 civil penalty by Commissioner Diaz and seconded by Commissioner Begley. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 11.
Number 11 is 2019-07-4471. Complainant is a licensed principal broker and respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant alleges that, hold on. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, that's supposed to be respondent. Complainant alleges that respondent was a licensee released from their firm on July 17th of 2019 for failure to pay their MLS fees, brokerage expenses, and failure to communicate about the causes. On December 20th of 2018, respondent informed another principal broker that they had been reinstated by the commission and had their license sent to the firm, even though respondent had been released. Respondent's license was sent back to the commission. Complainant later discovered that respondent executed a buyer's representation agreement on a TAR form with the firm's logo header. Respondent was not with the firm at this time. Complainant states that respondent misrepresented their affiliation. Respondent also wrote contracts in the firm's name during the time when they were not affiliated with the firm. Finally, respondent also misrepresented to the commission that they were affiliated with the firm so that the commission would reissue a license, even though they were not accepted back by the firm's principal broker. Respondent attached a copy of respondent's executed buyer representation agreement dated December 2nd of 2018, as well as a copy of an executed purchase agreement dated January 4th of 2019. Complainant also uploaded a copy of a letter dated December 27th of 2019, which states that respondent was released from the complainant's brokerage as of July 2018 and was not reinstated. A copy of the release form that was sent to the commission was also uploaded and dated July 17th of 2018. Respondent filed a response stating that they were informed on July 17th of 2018 that their license would need to go back to the state due to their failure to comply with education requirements. Respondent was not told that they were released due to MLS fees or broker expenses. Respondent alleges that their MLS fees and brokerage expenses have always been auto-drafted and their transactional expenses have been deducted from the commission when paid. Respondent completed their continuing education requirements in November of 2018 and submitted them to the commission. Respondent called to confirm that their license was active and also contacted complainant to, and also contacted complainant to inform them of the active licensure status. Respondent states that the complainant did not mention that their firm would not accept them back as an agent. Respondent alleges that it was not until January 8th of 2019 that complainant informed them that their license was sent back to the commission while complainant was away on vacation. Respondent alleges that they were not informed of this. Respondent states it was never their intention to misrepresent themselves as affiliated with the complainant's firm. Respondent also states that they never received a commission on the January purchase agreement as the complainant's firm release claim to the commission and the listing agent would not honor the new affiliation and pay the respondent's new firm. I recommended a letter of warning because it just seems like there was a lot of miscommunication on both sides. And when I looked at the documents that were in the file, it didn't seem to me that this person was intentionally trying to get over on the complainant and just didn't really know that they had been released at that point. And it appears when they did realize this, they tried to remedy the situation. But
So do we have a Trek 1 form from the firm saying that they released this licensee?
we have one.
And the licensee didn't sign it or acknowledge it? There's no signature on there?
Let me see.
But it's a broker release.
Yeah. So it'll have.
I think there was.
Which is lawful and.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
great
that's
tool.
fine.
It's a great tool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gone.
When needed, it's needed.
No discussion necessary.
I know, that's right.
Did you just see it? Oh, right here. Okay. Yeah, it just has the principal broker's signature.
Broker release. So At that point, do we know that the broker sent the license back to the commission at that point?
They did upload a copy of the license. It looks like they sent it all together. at one
Electronically.
time. Yes.
Okay, so
I'm just trying to figure out what the complainant is complaining about.
They said that this respondent was continuing to work up under their name even though they had let them go. But the respondent is saying they didn't realize that they were let go because no one informed them of that, and they didn't receive a copy of this information. And there's no way for me to know that they actually did inform this respondent.
yeah, but I mean, what principal broker releases someone and doesn't tell them? If you release someone, you don't want them at your company. They need to come get their stuff. They're out of here. I just tend to side with the principal broker because.
Could have been one of those virtual offices where nobody sees anybody.
Well, that's true.
But if
Could've
an
been West End
agent,
Avenue.
if an agent is doing what they're supposed to, like if they're actually out working and they're writing offers and contracts, they would be sending a copy back to their office.
Right.
Yeah.
And at that point, a broker could say, "You don't work here."
Yeah.
I think this person they knew what they were doing. The agent did, and I think they were just being shady. I mean, if you work at a brokerage or not.
Of course
And
you
this
do.
person, apparently their license is a broker. So they understand how the game works.
They had something going probably at the time, even though they'd been released, and they didn't have anywhere to put the license yet, and they probably were in a
Yeah.
process of a negotiation or something.
I mean, because to me, I'm saying this is technically it's unlicensed activity
Yeah, I don't understand
because
why.
they're not with a broker.
I don't understand why he went through that whole exercise, or she went through that whole exercise anyway. They're a broker. They don't need to use another company's logo and all that other stuff, right? They could operate on their own.
Well, they didn't have a firm.
She didn't have
they
a
need a
firm.
firm.
Or he.
I see, okay.
So
right now it's a letter of warning. So it's what? Any motions?
My motion would be that it'd be $1,000 for unlicensed activity.
I mean,
Well,
I'll second that motion.
so
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Wood and a second by Chairman Grease.
but there is a license
Discussion.
here. He's a broker. He's a licensed broker.
It was a released license. It wasn't an active license. There's a difference.
I think John hit it right. I think he had a deal working and he didn't have a place to put his license, and he structured this whole thing. And I mean, otherwise, why
There'd be
wouldn't
no
he?
reason to do it.
Why wouldn't he have written the offer and then sent it into his office like he was supposed to? Yeah.
All right, so do the attorneys need to tell us anything before we vote?
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Ballock. So a released license, the released license has 10 days to be put someplace else. Is that right? To land someplace else? 10 days?
That's right.
Okay. So do we know that the license wasn't placed someplace else for 10 days?
right.
So that license goes to what status at that point? If it's
So
not
they would be in a broker release status.
broker release, so that's inactive at that point? Is that an
You're-
inactive status?
You cannot be doing business without a principal broker over you.
This is a
It's
broker's
active
license. so
in that if you affiliate with a firm, that's all you have to do to become active again. But you have to be affiliated with a firm in order to practice real estate.
So he doesn't have a firm license. There's no firm for him or her.
Well, it looks like let me look it up. But it looks like the person is affiliated with the firm after realizing that they had been. So I don't think so the complainant released them because they found out that they had not complied with the education requirements. So I guess the complainant, since they feel like they knew about it, then the respondent should have known about it. But according to the respondent's response, they just didn't realize that was the case.
Right,
but I don't know if that means that they didn't become affiliated within the 10 days. I just want to check before we do that.
What's the timeline?
Yeah, let me look and see, because I don't want to move.
If he was unaffiliated for a long period of time and he was still operating, I guess, I don't think that would necessarily be unlicensed activity since his license is active, but 6213-312, 16, which is on page 40, it says, in the case of a licensee failing within a reasonable time to complete administrative measures that may be required by the commission upon the transfer or termination of any affiliate broker employed by the broker. So you're required within 10 days to, I guess, notify us of your intentions of where you're going to be affiliated. I think there could be an argument that they failed within a reasonable time to complete that administrative measure. I think that would probably be one of the only things I don't think we could penalize the individual for. I do not believe that we could penalize them for unlicensed activity.
So reasonable time is not up to them, it's up to us.
So
Right.
Just from what I see, it looks like they were dropped on January 3rd, like it was in the system January 3rd of 2019, and then changed to a different firm on February 1st of 2019.
Okay. That's not reasonable time, is it, to me? I mean, what do y'all think?
Well, I like what Anna said. We could easily hang our hat on the fact that they didn't do administrative work that they should have within a 10-day period.
I think that makes more sense to do.
Instead of unlicensed activity?
Yes, I think that would be the better.
Is there a rule that says that you have to, that a licensee has to work under a principal broker? Because that's not what they did.
I don't believe there's like a specific rule or statute that speaks to that, but you can't work unless you're affiliated. So,
I would think it's in here. I don't know where it is.
yeah, I just it's weird because everyone is affiliated, so we don't ever think about that. But let me look and see. Okay.
Same guy. Lives a lot better than my mother-in-law's.
But my search doesn't close me up. He's got a guy that does
Yeah.
close me up.
So let's try to get back on track here. So we have a motion on the table right now by Commissioner Wood, seconded by Chairman Grease for $1,000 unlicensed activity.
I'm going to withdraw my second.
Okay.
I'd like for be captioned differently. If I get the maker of the motion to think about that.
Okay, so 6213-310
Yeah, that's the one.
talks about the affiliate broker relationship to a broker. That's on page 38, at the bottom of page 38. And so it says, whenever there's a contractual relationship between a broker and affiliate broker is terminated, present broker shall immediately sign and date the change of affiliation form prescribed by the commission. That was done. The affiliate broker may act under the contract with another broker upon completion and transmittal of the commission of the form accompanied by the fee established pursuant to 308. Then they shall ensure that the completed form and fee are properly transmitted and that the affiliate broker's license is prominently displayed in the new broker's principal place of business. So that part was not completed by the broker. You're also not allowed to post signs unless the firm name is required, and any unlawful act or violation may not be the cause for suspension or revocation of the license who they're affiliated with. So basically, I think you could also make an argument that they violated 6213.310A, the portion where it says that they shall ensure that the completed form and the fee are prominently transmitted to their license where it's prominently displayed in the new broker's principal place of business. And during that time period, they were not affiliated with another broker.
Yeah, they didn't become affiliated until February 1st, and this was like a month, a month time frame.
Month time.
So,
All right, Mr.
a
Wood.
better motion would be for a $1,000 civil penalty for violation of 6213.310 for not being affiliated with a broker. That be it?
Yes.
I think that's
Okay.
And I think just for sake, if we were to send a consent order, we would just also include the administrative reasonable time period probably too. Just for, but yeah, that would be.
So is that two different ones then?
References in there, $500 each, or?
I think they go together and not separately.
Okay. So it's $1,000 for this issue.
Second.
Call
Right.
the question.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Wood, seconded by Chairman Grease for a $1,000 civil penalty. Any discussion?
Call the question.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 12.
Number 12 is 2019-075991. Complainant is a real estate licensee. Respondent is a real estate licensee with an expired license. Complainant alleges that respondent has been engaging in unlicensed activity. Complainant states that respondent sent an email correspondence indicating that they are a realtor with the state. Complainant alleges that on multiple other occasions, complainant has told them that they were out either showing properties or engaging in behavior that would constitute practicing real estate without a license. Complainant alleges that respondent's license expired in 2016.
Can we stop right there a minute?
Sure.
So if this license is expired, how can we assess any kind of penalty? If it was expired in 2016,
We can't, but it would be considered unlicensed. They're acting as a real estate agent.
okay, all right. Excuse me, let's continue
Okay.
then.
I think I stopped. Complainant alleges that, okay. Complainant attached an email correspondence from respondent. In the email, respondent indicates that they are a realtor. The email is dated November 1st, 2018. Respondent filed a response stating that the email does not indicate that they were using their real estate license. Respondent states that they have not violated any statutes or rules with respect to their license. They are currently working as a property manager and had contractors that they previously worked with and still work with on occasion. Respondent did not state that they were selling, buying, or participating in anything that required a real estate license in the email respondent attached. The principal broker at the time also filed a response verifying that respondent's license did expire on November 26th of 2016. Respondent was released from the firm on March 23rd of 2017. The principal broker was not the broker of the firm until January 1st of 2019. They state that they have never met respondent or had any dealings with them. The principal broker states that they cannot speak to the allegations of misrepresentation, but the email attached does not seem to support the complaint of the does not seem to report the complaint of misrepresentation. The principal broker states that they did not, or they did find a Facebook page that respondent has not used since 2018 that has the principal broker's firm listed. They have sent respondent a request to remove it or deactivate the page. Complainant filed a rebuttal stating that respondent mentioned that they were a realtor on numerous occasions. Complainant states that the respondent's Facebook account would have the public believe that they are a realtor with your realtor, in quotes, listed as complainant's middle name. Respondent attached a screenshot of respondent's Facebook page to support the allegation. Counsel performed an independent investigation. On respondent's Facebook page, it does appear that the respondent is still presenting as if they work for a firm as a realtor. The Facebook page has the name of the firm as respondent's employer. It is also presented on their LinkedIn page. There was nothing else on the respondent's page to indicate that they actually were engaging in unlicensed activity. But because they still have all this stuff on their page, I recommended a letter of instruction regarding the duties of an affiliate broker upon release from a brokerage, as outlined in Rule 1260.02.02. We can discuss this one because I'm really kind of conflicted a little bit since this person's license is expired. They no longer live in Tennessee, and they don't work as a realtor at all.
But they're holding themselves out as a licensee of the state of Tennessee today.
So what I think is going on is their Facebook page isn't really in use, but they haven't taken anything off of it. So it's not they're not purporting to be in any real estate transactions or promoting any houses or any listings or anything, but they just have like in their bio that they are a realtor, and they do still, and I don't know if today they do, but when I looked, they did still have the name of that firm just in their bio as if they used to be affiliated or are currently. It's like you can't really tell, but they're not doing anything that would constitute unlicensed activity. It's just like representing themselves.
I think people have got to be very, very careful because this is not the first time this has come up today about misrepresenting yourself, especially on LinkedIn, because anybody can go to that, and it's happened many times in the past. If you're holding yourself out as a realtor on LinkedIn, I have a problem with that. And you know it's on there if it's your LinkedIn, and you should take it down when you lose your license or expired or whatever. So what do you all think?
This looks like a good closing flag candidate to me.
I make a motion that we close and flag this.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Torbett and a second by Commissioner Diaz that we close and flag this case. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Franks. Ms. Spicer, I'm particularly concerned. I would not want to have the job of having to do these cases, especially when my staff has been cut in half. So we think a lot about Kristen, but I'm scared to death she'll want to go to some place like TDAC or someplace. So how about getting her some help as soon as possible? Anna's trying to help, but she's got a full load anyhow.
Yeah, I'll be helping like I did before when we lost Keith. So Kristen's not going to be alone.
You may want to go to TDAC too.
No, I have not discussed going to TDEC, but no, I plan on assisting Kristen with the complaints like I did before. So I just ask for patience as you have with us too. But we'll do the best we can. We've done this before.
I got it.
And we are actively interviewing.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Make sure whoever you get has a sense of humor of some sort or another. Okay. We've had one or two.
And maybe knows a little about real estate.
Well, that's all. We'll help them. I'm not too worried about that. But we've had one or two that had no sense of humor, and it took all the fun out of it.
That was hard.
They couldn't take a joke.
They couldn't take a joke. All right, we're moving on to the commission discussion. Thank you, ladies.
Want to discuss that?
Tell us what it is.
Okay, so I have an agreed order here for a complaint that was filed. So let me give you a recap of what happened. We had a consent order that was sent out to a licensee for discipline. She did not respond back to me. So I filed a notice of hearing and charges and set the matter for hearing for March. But the same day, she contacted me to let me know that she would just like to agree to pay the civil penalty and the filing costs. So that matter was resolved before it was settled for a formal hearing. So in those matters, what happens is we have to enter in an agreed order since the case has already been filed with the Administrative Procedures Division, and it needs to be signed by Chairman Grace. So if you wanted to know more details about
We don't need to know it, do we?
the matters, if you wanted to know or not, it's just so she agreed to everything that I would have asked for in the hearing.
If you're good with it, then I think we're good with it.
Okay.
Can I do it right after the meeting?
Sure,
Okay.
sounds good.
Anything else?
No.
Caitlin, one thing I forget about every month is you review advertising complaints as well.
Yes.
Like on average,
How many do I receive?
how many do you receive, and how many of them do you think are so obvious that you say $500 because it's first offense?
Without actually pulling that information, I would say it seems to fluctuate and go in waves, but maybe 5 a month. Somewhere around half are clear, and somewhere around the other half are not. And if I have any sort of question at all, then I always end up having it go through the normal process.
Like that billboard we had today.
Yes. And that should have, if I had offered them anything, they have the option to not accept what is offered, and then it would also go through the normal process.
They show up in the DAR report, though, if they agree to it, right?
If the yes. Mhm.
All right, so we have 3 items, we have 4 items underneath commission discussion. The first has to do with proposed rules. Ms. Matlock, you want to tell us what that, we postponed last month because we didn't get it filed in time, or it wasn't posted in time. We're now legal to discuss it. Are you all prepared to talk about that?
I think Caitlin has a printout for you of the rules that would just, they're drafted as per the recommend, they concern the business cards and the change of the language to 1260-02-.123E, which deals with advertising property listed by another licensee without written authorization. And it used to say from the property owner, and now it's amended to say the listing agent or listing broker. Is that correct?
So council had reviewed Bobby's suggestions and found 2 that we could handle. And they were just wordsmithing, basically.
Correct.
In the meantime, didn't you have another rule that you were working on that and I can't remember what it was about, but it seemed like we might want to put them together when we send them up. And if not, I may just be mistaken.
I don't recall. I know we did the criminal conviction rules beforehand, but I just sent those to the AG's office. So.
There was another one, though, that Bobby had, I was thinking, other than cards.
What was it I asked about? Do you remember what it was?
Was it in the minutes?
Aaron's going to make more copies. Aaron's going to make more copies.
They have to go upstairs and make the copies?
Yes. He's going to make
That's
sure.
Sure. Go ahead, we take a 5-minute break.
Did you?
Miss Harriet. Stepping back.
Oh, that was like a month ago.
No, senior members.
I thought you were going to say they were divorced.
I don't remember what it was at the end of the.
The other one that you asked about was 1260-0209.
Because she had kidney failure and lives down there.
What was it we talked?
Called me at 8:30 and said that.
All right, so with the approval of staff, we're going to discuss these two proposed rule changes.
There's two?
There are two. We're not, let's just put the third on abeyance right now because nobody knows what it was at the moment, especially the chair or the person, nor the person who brought it up to start with.
I got it.
We got 7 heads.
You got it now?
I got it now.
Let's just take care of these first two
That's
first.
fine. Let's
Okay.
handle those.
So, there, on page 2 of a handout, this titled Notice of Rulemaking Hearing, red line. On page 2 of that document, you'll see,
We don't see it, so will you read it?
you don't see
None
it?
of us have it.
That's what she was going to make copies of.
Okay, well, let me
read it.
let me tell you what the first, here's what it says. All advertising, regardless of its nature and the medium in which it appears, which promotes either a licensee or the sale or lease of real property, shall conform to the requirements of this rule. The term advertising for purposes of this rule, in addition to traditional print, radio, and television advertising, also includes but is not limited to sources of communication available to the public such as signs, flyers, letterheads, excuse me, email signatures, and the rule change would be at this point to insert the words business cards, and then the current rule continues websites, social media communications, and video or audio recordings transmitted through internet or broadcast streaming. Advertising does not include promotional materials that advertise a licensee such as hats, pins, notepads, T-shirts, name tags, and now the words business cards are stricken, marked out, whatever the right phrase. Deleted, and the sponsorship of charitable and community events. So the practical effect is to say business cards are advertising and must contain information that any other advertising is required to contain. That's the first topic. So for purposes of getting this thing going, is there a motion to ask staff to continue pursuit of this rule change?
Can I ask, was this not already voted on
No.
in November?
No. It was brought up. We asked staff to propose this language. We had a notice issue last month which didn't allow us to handle it, so that's why we're handling it
I just
today.
thought the minutes reflected, because I wasn't here in November to hear the conversation, and I thought the minutes reflected in December that it was.
The minutes were for us to bring you this.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
So is there a motion to include business cards?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Second. For purposes of discussion, the chair will second the motion. So now, Mr. Wood, do you want to make your case?
I think it was just an omission from the very beginning, because to me, business cards, it's the building block of every person's advertising. And for it not to be considered advertising and have to go by the rules that everything else does, I think is just kind of silly, and it puts agents on the kind of going down the wrong path.
My perspective, so we have a whole lot of people out selling real estate without a license right now. And they probably have business cards. And nowhere on that business card does it say real estate company's name. It probably just says Joe Begley, agent. May not even say agent. It might just say Joe Begley, and here's my mobile number. And I think it's important to distinguish between people who are licensed to sell real estate and people who are not. That's one thought. The second thought is it's very hard for me to believe that there are many principal brokers in this state who, when they affiliate a new licensee with them, won't require that the company's information be included on the business card. I just think, I don't know that there are companies that say, sure, you can have a business card, but no need to put the company's name or phone number on it. So I think it's just buttoning up just a slight loose end that we have. So I'll vote for the motion, but I understand it's perhaps controversial in some corners.
Where is it controversial? That's what I don't understand.
Well, I don't think it's controversial. I think my concern with it is being able to credibly enforce the rule. You know, how many complaints are we going to have? It's going to be agent to agent. It's going to be broker to broker. Who's going to keep track of the disciplined business cards? These are handed out by the thousands. So are we going to assess a penalty for each business card? How are we going to know how many business cards were handed out? I just think it's very hard for this, I believe, this commission to credibly enforce the rule on the business cards. And I also think it might put a burden on staff to have to keep track of business cards that have been ruled in violation and decide whether or not this complaint's already been addressed earlier, or is it a separate violation? I just think it's a question of credible enforcement for me.
Have we had any reports of it causing any problems?
Not to my knowledge. I have not seen a complaint of someone complaining about a business card.
We had it in one of the, today in one of the...
There was one complaint today.
Mm-hmm.
But prior to that, we haven't had a complaint about business cards. I will say that business cards used to be regulated, but then they were intentionally removed from the regulation. So it's also something that you want to think about. If we're moving it back into the rules, it would make it seem like we would have more harm that it's been caused. But to my knowledge, while you've been here, I've only seen that one complaint.
I know I got it because Kelsey Bridges had one, and that was a couple months ago also. So we're getting them about every 3 or 4 months. But the person behind, because when I first got on the commission, it was 2 or 3 years, I kept asking, why are business cards not on here? That doesn't make any sense. And from regular practitioners were asking the same questions. And then I found out it was a former commissioner, and she came to me and told me that the reason it was not on there is because business cards are little.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, come on, we run ads every day that are as small as business cards or smaller. She goes, well, that was the reason, because they're little. I said, well, then maybe we should change the rules and say, well, the rules don't apply if you run an ad smaller than this by this. Being little is not a reason not to have it.
The department is at is that their feeling is that it's not necessarily, there is no consumer harm being done, and that's not to argue about it was there before and it's not there now, but more so about the consumer harm perspective.
There's probably no consumer harm being done about letterheads, but we've got those in the definition. It's just, I'm guessing, but I don't teach anymore. Bobby does a lot of it, but I would have to guess that your students, especially new students, want to know how come business cards are not included.
They're surprised when it's not there. They're surprised. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And Jeff, to go to your thing, if we really wanted to go crazy over cracking down on something, is go after email signatures. Because I know as I teach, I'll say to people, quick, everybody send me an email, and then I say, don't. And I said, is your email signature, correct? Is it, go by the statute right now? And it's amazing. I'll have a group of 50 people. I may have 2 people that their email is, and truthfully, my email was not compliant till I got on the commission. Then I thought it would be wise to do that, So, so just because there might be a lot of people getting in trouble is not a reason for that either, because we're not going after people. I've never heard anybody get in trouble over an email signature, but it's in the rules.
All right, other comments? We're required. Oh, John, do you have a comment?
Well, business after hours. Every big county I know has business after hours. Everybody wears a tag. Everybody has cards, and you hand the card to somebody and they can't hand you a card back. I think that's kind of crazy myself. I can't imagine how many phone calls you're going to get to the legislators. That'd be astronomical.
So, are you speaking for the motion?
No, I'm against it.
Oh, just checking.
I think they ought to be able to allow business cards.
We are allowing business cards.
Well, no, Canada's advertising.
Yeah.
So we have to, by process, we have to have a roll call vote on this. But to be clear, the motion on the floor at this point would be to include business cards in the definition of advertising. If you're in favor of that motion, when your name is called, you'll vote yes. If, on the other hand, you're not in favor of that motion, you'll vote no.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my biggest concern at this point is twofold. One, getting the word out about it. And 2, everybody's going to have an expense incurred for it. You got to get rid of their old ones.
Do you think there are a lot of people that don't already have business cards with their name and company on it?
Oh, I think most people probably do. So, but what I'm wondering is this question. The last rule we made, it took us like a year. So, to me, it gives a year to get this word out and for people to become compliant that aren't compliant.
Well,
right?
The process might include a formal hearing where people can
So
come and talk.
these would be rulemaking hearings, so rulemaking
We used to always have rulemaking hearings every January.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Every January.
But like the rulemaking hearing means that it's open to public, and I'm assuming lots of public people would want to come and discuss this. So, like getting the word out sooner is not necessarily going to help, because what you want is to wait until after the hearing, because hearings sometimes change rules. I can say that.
Yeah.
Here.
So if we voted yes for this, that means there would be a rulemaking hearing which will allow the public to come and speak for or against it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
This just doesn't automatically become a rule just because we vote on it today.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
It could be killed any number of ways.
Okay.
Yeah, it could, but it has to be approved internally, and then it has to be approved by the AG's office, and then it also has to be approved by the governor's office. So the governor's office will review this rule to see if they agree with it or not. And if we get all of those approvals, only then can we have the rulemaking hearing. So we have 3 stages where potentially those rules will not go forward to the hearing.
And they likely would not, because they don't want to restrict any kind of hardship towards any.
I can't speak for the governor's office, and I can't speak on behalf of the department, but for example, previously when we submitted rules, we only had 7 questions to answer about those rules. Now we have 24 questions to answer. And those questions are not only, they're focused on the overall impact of the rules on the Tennesseans, the industry, and licensees and consumers. And so they're going to be looking at that, at all of these different factors. The rules are being, I would say, more heavily scrutinized now than before. So I can't speak what their decision would be.
I would think my hope is that this moves on, and if it gets shot down somewhere along the way, it does. But then Bobby can at least answer the question that the AG's office or the governor's office thought it's not a good idea to change it, because he's got to tell them something. He doesn't want to say because a former commissioner said it was small, so we're not including it.
Yeah.
That's not a good answer when somebody asks you that question.
Right, but I've heard from Jeff, if anyone else has any other comments about it, the more comments we have and discussion to support why we want to do the rules or why not is going to ultimately help us in making that decision further down.
Well, as a public member, it's hard for me to see why the business cards need to be regulated as advertising, because as a consumer, I'm not going to notice if the font is the right size or if the agent's name is bigger than the firm's name. So I don't know how, kind of to his point, I'm not sure how it would be protecting the consumer. I agree that I think it's going to be a lot of agent-to-agent complaints about his card's not right, oh, her card's not right, and so I failed to see the necessity of it.
Good comments. Anything else before we vote? All right, we're going to call the roll. If you're in favor of including business cards in the definition of advertising, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you'll vote no. It'll take 4 yes votes for this process to continue moving forward.
Let me ask one question.
Yes, sir.
So we're looking for agents that are passing out business cards that don't have firm name, number, that kind of thing?
It just says Marcia Franks and my phone number and my email, not Marcia Franks and Franklin Realtors. So that card could be used for a number of things, really, other than real estate.
It's really the intent of what you're, at that time, what you're doing.
You got cards right now that don't even have the brokerage name on it. It will have a team name on it, if that.
Yeah.
And they don't even have brokerage names on it. So if you're a member of the public, and you want to say, I got a problem with this person, who do you go to? Because it's sure not on their business card. And a lot of times, it doesn't even have the office phone number on the business card. It's got their own cell phone, and that's the only number on it.
But usually a business card is handed to someone that you've never met before. I don't need to give John my business card because he knows how to get in touch with me. So it's, as you called it, the first point of advertising is to hand the card. Now, so at that point, what could somebody complain about that you've done wrong, that they would need to look up your information at that time? I don't know. I'm really...
So if it were to fall under the rules, like you were asking what we would be looking for, in your books it would be on page
Yeah. I
89,
understand the
the general
advertising rules. I'm
principles.
just saying.
Okay.
I'm kind of wondering, who we're trying to catch, like who's handing out cards, and are they intentionally acting like a real estate person, and we're wanting them to.
You have your company name on your cards?
Yes.
Jeff? Grease?
Yes.
Since you're asking all of us on the record, yes.
Or now, I'm seeing more and more they're
I
electronic.
comply with all rules and regulations.
I think business cards are going the way of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So maybe we regulate more of social media kind of cards, because when I asked around, the only use for business cards is if you
Right.
show that you've been there.
Right.
But that's really,
Right.
that's not how somebody's going to be able to contact you.
Yeah.
All right, other discussion.
You're saying that if we vote this to include it, it's going to keep going on up the ladder.
Yeah, there's more.
This is us, and then it goes. Does it actually go to legislature or something?
Okay, so that's the very last point at the very end. So it goes from, it has to be approved by our commissioner, and then it has to be approved by the AG's office, goes to the governor's office, we have a hearing, and I submit the rules back to the AG's office for signature. It's filed with the Secretary of State, and then it goes before the legislature
But before, once we have that hearing, public hearing, we have one more step involved in whether we want to change it or go forward, right?
Correct. So at the hearing, you can change the rules, and then if you decide to move forward with the rules, it goes to the AG for signature. It goes to the Secretary of State where it's filed, and then ultimately the legislature. It goes before them, and we have meetings explaining why we're doing these rules, and they make a decision whether or not they should be promulgated or not.
It's a baby step. It's quick.
First step.
This is the first step of, and to see if everything goes smoothly and everybody wants it to pass and to be part of the rule, it's a year out anyhow. You can get legislation passed so much quicker.
Are you kidding?
You can. All right, let's prepare to vote. Once again, if you're in favor, including business cards and the definition of advertising, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you'll vote no.
Okay. Commissioner Joe Begley.
No.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
No.
Commissioner Marcia Franks.
No.
Commissioner John Moffett.
No.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
No.
Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Yes.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes.
Okay.
The chair is smart enough to figure out that motion has failed on a 2 aye, 4 vote no. So let's get to the next proposed rule change. So that we've stopped that in its tracks. Next, and I have just one question, Anna, on what was handed out to me.
Yes.
So the advertising was paragraph 1, and the I got it. Never mind. I got it.
Okay.
Okay. So, Bob, you want to explain this? But basically, the current rule says you have to ask the owner for permission to advertise their house if you're not the listing agent.
Correct. Instead of just asking the listing agent, the way the current rule is that you also have to get the signed permission from the seller.
This rule change would say
you only got to get permission of the listing agent.
So we're taking the seller out of the equation.
Yes.
And that's because of the IDX on...
Well, our issue is, because when most of us have a listing agreement, we go in and it says the seller's relinquishing everything to the listing agent in order to market and sell the property. And we've got a listing agreement, at least those of us who are part of the Tennessee Association of Realtors have that. But problem is state statute goes counter to that. And to me, it was something that was from way back years ago. Nowadays, every one of us probably have everybody else's listings on our website right now, and we don't have permission from the seller for that through IDX agreements at our MLS. So it's an antiquated thing, I think.
To be clear, we're not messing with the statute.
It's a rule change.
The rule, yes.
Okay, just make sure.
So Tennessee Realtor Form allows this, but other forms, if you're not associated with Tennessee Realtors, don't. Okay. And not what's
well, they could. Each company would have their own agreement.
Okay.
And so it's whatever they agree to.
So how many realtors are part of Tennessee Realtors versus not?
75% of all licensees,
Okay.
let's say, ballpark.
Okay.
At least.
Maybe we can ask them that in February.
Maybe they'll tell us. All right, so you all see, you have this in front of you now, what's added and what's deleted.
So I have one additional question.
Okay.
So if the agreement, you say that the person allows the agents to already do this. So if someone didn't want the listing agent or listing broker to do this, would they not sign the agreement, or is that something that you could contract to say?
You can change anything on that form
Okay.
that you want. You can
You would
strike
negotiate
through
the
or-
time of the listing.
Okay.
So I've got a question. So when I list something and I put it on IDX and it goes to Zillow and Realtor.com people, so is that a different situation? So you're saying that because the brokerages have this contract that it can go out on IDX stuff, are we giving other licensees the right to advertise that property at that moment? Is that what we're saying?
Well,
Or do I
it
personally
really
have to
depends
go to
on whatever your
everybody?
MLS agreement says. I know, like our MLS agreement, we have the opportunity if we want to, ours says internet, yes or no. And so if we click it and say yes, then we're given permission from every other realtor, part of our MLS, to market that property
Right,
and put
so
it on
that's-
their website.
So I could put it on my personal website, your listing without your permission.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that way, I get it out to all the realtors and all the people. And so I don't care if a buyer calls you instead of calling me. I want that sale for my seller. I'm looking after my seller by doing that.
Where this rule change would matter is like if you were to come to me and go, Bobby, I don't have anything I can advertise. I'd like to put it in the local paper. Would you let me do it? And I could say, sure, go ahead, Joe. But then we'd have to go one more step further, and we got to get the seller to sign a piece of paper.
That's how it is right
Because
now.
there is no IDX agreement with that. And so we have to get that piece of paper signed so you could do that. And we'll get it about twice a year where somebody will be in trouble because the seller didn't sign a piece, you know. To me, it's antiquated.
All right, further discussion. Is there a motion to cause this rule change to move forward?
I make a motion to
Thank you, Ms.
approve it.
I second it.
All right. Motion by Ms. Torbett, seconded by Ms. Franks. Discussion. Once again, this will be a roll call vote. If you're in favor of this rule change proceeding down this long path, you vote yes. If you're not in favor of it, you'll vote no. All right, Ms. Maxwell, at your convenience.
Okay. Commissioner Joe Begley,
Yes.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Marsha Franks,
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffett,
Yes.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett, Commissioner Bobby Wood,
Yes.
Chairman John Grease.
Yes. Once again, the chair has determined that that motion did pass on a 6-0 vote. Mr. Wood, you said you recalled the third item that
7-0.
I said 7-0 is what I meant to say. My fault, sorry. Bobby?
This is what we talked about, and it's really in light with some of the things that we've had come up, and even some of them come up today. But it's 1260.02.09, number 6. And it's dealing with earnest money, and I'll read this to you. It's on page 87, if you got the book. It's at number 6 right there on 87. It says, where a contract authorizes an individual or entity other than the principal broker to hold the trust money, the principal broker will be relieved of responsibility for the trust money upon receipt of the trust money by the specified escrow agent. So that's what it currently is right now. It says that if in the contract you put for the title company to be in charge of the earnest money, then the broker's out of it. And so the broker don't even really have to worry about was it even collected. And if in case of a disagreement, the broker can do like the comment was today, and they said, well, we're not getting in the middle of that. And I don't think it was ever the intent to get the broker out of the middle of handling earnest money issues. And so we've been trying to think of ways to kind of fix that problem. And one way might be to make it where it says, instead of says the principal broker shall be relieved, just make it where the principal broker shall not be relieved.
So,
How am I going to have authority over a title company, though?
But then it becomes the issue, then don't give it to the title company.
what about new construction where the builder demands a 25% deposit?
I mean, if that's what you agreed to do, but then you still be responsible part of the transaction. I mean, what I think has gone on, John, I think brokers are looking for ways nowadays. They want to call themselves brokers, but they don't want to do broker duties. I mean, if the money's got to go to the builder, that's fine. Just make sure it's collected.
It's called a deposit, not an escrow.
Sure.
If you guys wanted the AG opinion, should we wait on that?
This is a different AG's opinion. Or do we have this in the works?
No, but
We asked earlier.
is it
that
not
we have an AG
related? Is it
opinion
not
on
related to the same thing?
Yeah, it is.
The other is the law that you mentioned getting an AG opinion on. and
That's
this
on
is the
commission.
rule.
That's on commission, though, that we're talking about.
Yeah, but they're both, I guess, directly related to title companies. So I
Who
think-
holds it?
Right now, I mean, we allow companies to have waivers, not even have an escrow account,
Correct.
right? And in my world, real estate world, commercial real estate, typically escrow amounts are a big number, and they're almost always held by the title company. I don't know how we can universally pin it down to one statement.
So for people that do the escrow waiver, they would still be responsible?
I don't see
then?
how that can happen. If the contract is between two parties, and
That's why I'm like, I don't see how we could do that with the escrow waiver statute in place.
I think at the very least, especially in residential real estate, there are more dang disclaimers people have to sign. One of them might be that if you allow somebody besides the broker to hold escrow money, you're going to not have any luck you're not going to have the help of the broker because it's held by a third party.
And here's our problem. Our big problem right now is you got somebody that's holding the earnest money. In effect, they don't even have to know they're holding the earnest money. I can write contracts right now and say John Grease is going to hold my earnest money, and there's nothing in there that he signs. We can just everybody like John. And John has no idea if he's supposed to collect it until we send him something saying that.
Well, my contracts, when we say Tennessee Valley Title is going to hold the earnest money, we have them sign a document saying they've received it, and understand what their responsibilities are.
You commercial people are smarter than us residential then.
Or maybe not as smart, but we're different.
That we're going to. Is this affecting more so commissions, or is it affecting the actual consumer's money, or is it affecting who's getting, this agent getting paid?
Typically, it's unrelated to commission because
Right.
it's a disputed sale.
Because a lot of what I've seen related to the title company is the principal broker relieving their duty of dispersing commissions and having the title company do it.
No, that's a completely different
Different,
monster.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I think other cases that come up is you turn a trust money over to a title company and a deal falls through. Who's responsible for dispersing the earnest money at that point to the buyer or the seller? If the broker's not responsible for it, the title company has no obligation. It creates a legal nest for us that we. Yeah, I mean.
What'd you say, Anna?
I was saying if that were to happen, it would be a contractual dispute,
Out of
civil
our
contractual
purview.
dispute outside of our purview because it would be between the title company and then the real estate agency.
And the title companies have told me, they'll hold it. They don't mind. The problem is that agents are not and brokers are not letting the public know this could be a problem if y'all can't reach an agreement. And that everybody may have to go to court, where we have rules in here right in our statute that says if a broker's holding the money, we have certain rules that have to go by. You got 21 days to do something. And it gives also the broker the ability to make a decision.
Maybe title companies are regulated by some entity. I don't know what it is.
I've asked, and they've told me no.
They're
So,
not, huh? Really?
that's what they're telling me.
Well, they're attorneys.
Can't hear you. Talk in your cheerleader voice.
Well, it won't matter whether I have a cheerleader voice or not if the red light isn't on. Because if you've ever watched the meeting, regardless of who's speaking, if this isn't on,
Nobody hears.
nothing. The change that you're proposing doesn't necessarily not allow somebody to use a title company. It just says if there's an issue, then the principal broker is ultimately responsible.
And Caitlin, I don't know. The first part is making sure it gets collected. That was really kind of my first part. Now, how to force somebody to get involved if there's a dispute, I don't know that I've got that perfect answer right now.
I don't think that's winnable in court either.
I don't think we can we can force someone if they've contracted money away with another party, we can say you're still responsible. That sounds like a statute to me.
I
and
don't want to
not
be
a
responsible
rule.
for it
But
if
see,
somebody else
I
is
don't
in
think
charge
they're
of it.
contracting it away. To me, they're sloughing it off, is what they're doing. I mean, if they were doing like what John's people do, and they get the title people to sign off of it, and they say, and these are the rules we're going to abide by if there's a disagreement, that's fine. But we got nothing like that going on in residential right now.
Right, but the people that do contract it, what would we say that, hey, but this rule still applies, shall not? Like, I'm thinking about the people that actually do contract it versus people that don't. It would still then apply. And I don't think we can do that because that seems like a matter of contractual law that is outside of our purview. If this is, I would like to look at that more because I think that would be something outside of our chapter if we were to require someone to still be responsible for something once they've already entered into a duly executed contract with another party. I don't believe we can do that, but I will double check.
We can discuss it next month.
And do some research because I'm going to need to talk to people that know.
I think it's big enough that if we're going to do it, we got to get it right. So,
I mean, clearly, I hear the complaints that you're talking about. I mean, there are people who their client suddenly is furious with them because they can't help them get their earnest money back if they think it belongs to them. All right, we have 3 more items to go under commission discussion. Ms. Franks has added these 3 to the agenda. Travel policy. What's up with that?
Okay,
Marcia?
so travel policy, I have so much respect for these people who are having to drive so far here for these meetings. I know when we hear a few days in advance or a week or whenever we hear that there's not going to be a hearing, that the rooms are automatically canceled. I think for the people that are staying at the hotel here in Nashville that there needs to be a little bit more consideration. So what if you'd already planned to be here 2 nights, or what if you choose to be here 2 nights? I know if I was this lady, I wouldn't be driving back in the dark to Kingsport or Johnson City. And I just know that would be a burden for me if I had to do that, and I think it's kind of an unjust burden. And I've not spoken to anybody about this at all, but every time I see that, I always kind of cringe and think, well, man, what if she planned to do something with her daughter or something? And I know we don't have the meeting, but I think we have enough money in our budget that I think at least if they were called and they were offered, do you want to stay another night or do you want to go home? Instead of it just being blanket, you got to go home. You know, if it's 4 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock in Johnson City. So
We can certainly do that. Historically, the commissioners from that area of the state have not wanted to, but it's certainly something because the way the policy reads is if you can get home before dark or something about dark, which obviously right now in the middle of winter, nobody's probably getting home before dark.
Unless you live in Franklin.
Unless you live in Franklin or Mount Juliet.
always to Mount Juliet.
So, yes.
I'm just bringing it up on their behalf because I don't want it to be, I don't want it to be any sort of hardship, and I think that they deserve the consideration.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. To follow up on that, I think I've finally picked up on this. If we're going to have a formal hearing, it has to be, 30-day notice in advance?
Right, so we would tell you beforehand. Like,
Well-
usually we should know the meeting before if we're having a hearing.
So if we get within 29 days of a meeting, you at that point can say we still have a formal hearing or it's been canceled, or we don't have one at all.
Right, so I don't foresee a circumstance where after a meeting has occurred, we would have a formal hearing that we wouldn't know about in the works of before the meeting, if that makes sense. Because we usually don't have 30 days between our meetings.
Now, the quicker these people can know, us people,
Of course.
the better we can plan.
And it goes for us when we go to West Tennessee or
Yeah,
East Tennessee.
yeah.
It's really for really for everybody.
Yep. All right, good point. Number 2, you want to talk about the plan for spending money.
The spending plan, okay, so, I got a couple ideas about that, and it kind of, I've been at those 2 hearings, and I know that we were told to spend the money. I don't see any money being, I don't see any money going out. It looks like it's all coming in.
Fewer attorneys, now we're going to get billed less too.
Oh, it's slightly a double-edged sword because we
Well, I know that we're not, we've lowered the fees. But that only goes to money we're bringing in. So, okay, we're lessening the money we're bringing in, but that number, the big number, is not going down. It's $6 million, $372,000, and they told us to spend it. So I would like for us to have some sort of voice in how that money is spent. I think education for the public is one way, whether that be commercials, whether that be online, whether that be brochures. There's all kinds of ways that we can be helping the public with that. The other thing is for more of us to be able to go to Arello. I know I'm beating that dog to death, but I believe in it so much. There's been times I've paid for myself to go when the state wouldn't pay for me because I believed it was that beneficial to me. Not everybody wants to go. It's not everybody's thing, but I think if anybody wanted to go, I would love to see them be able to go. We got $6 million. Another thing is the green books are now out for 2020, so we need those. And I know you can buy them from LexisNexis, and I think they're $30 online, or you can get them from TR, or you can call somebody at TR and see if they'll give them to us like they did last time. They were so kind to give them to us.
Last time they were at the spring conference sitting in everybody's seats.
This time, charging for them.
You think?
Did they tell you that?
The online is $30 to buy it right now.
Yeah. So we all need new books, because if anybody needs to be up to date, it's the people sitting in this room. And I would like to have one to take home, because I'm making notes on all of this stuff at home, not here. So we all need up-to-date books. We need one for here, and we need one for home.
Your suggestion, we'd be happy to buy those.
If they don't want to give them to us, then we need to buy them.
$6 million, spend $200.
Yeah.
And get them for the attorneys too.
And by next meeting, not in October. Okay.
Unscheduled informal appearances.
I just want to make sure that I can reach out and find out whether they plan to give them to us, because last time they were charging for them too, and they still had given them to us.
Yeah.
But I also know that Fontaine was wanting books, and we had some new commissioners, and this was a year ago, December.
Yes,
and,
after that initial.
And I had to go buy the books, and I spent as much on books as I made from being on the commission all year. So.
If we'd had a few more two-day meetings, it might have been break even.
So that's all I have on spending right now, except that I would implore the rest of the commissioners to be thinking about good ways that this money could be spent that would benefit the citizens of Tennessee, not just our commission, but the citizens of Tennessee. There's things that we could be doing.
I like your PSA.
I was just going to follow up to what you said, because they have typically wanted us to keep 2.5 of our operating in the reserves, which, don't quote me, but our operating is roughly 2.5 for the year. So currently, because we're not the only group that has a reserve balance, so currently the department has been going back and forth with the FNA on clear guidance as to how much should be kept to remain self-sufficient.
That still leaves me $1.3 million.
It may not, but 2.5 is a ridiculous requirement.
But even at that, I mean, we still have money in the kitty.
Well, wouldn't 2.5 be 6?
2.5
2.5
would be 5.
No.
And there's 6.3.
times 2.
6.75. No, 6.1%.
Can't any of us do math?
2.5 times 2 would be 5, and then
All I know is, I don't care how they figure it, the legislature has told us 2 years in a row, and whoever wants to go get that whipping next year, y'all can go next year and
We're
get
done.
that
We're
whipping.
done.
have to
for
go
a few
next
years.
year.
We're done for a while.
But
Thanks,
I
Judy.
know it's the legislature's intent that this commission spend our money. And if you're cosmetology, they spend their money.
Cosmo.
there
Through
is
Cosmo.
some plans in the work to use the money on core upgrades.
All right.
And it can't just go to a website that we're paying $40,000 a month on either. So I'm wanting us to do something other with our money than just that.
And finally,
All right, and then I had
finally,
one other
Ms.
thing.
Franks,
What was it?
Unscheduled informal appearances.
Yes.
Okay. I did not like that we had an unscheduled formal appearance last month. That's a little bit scary. I think anybody that wants to come before us with an informal appearance needs to go through the regular process that everybody else has to. Otherwise, we'll have 10 people at the door, and how do we say no because we let that guy last time?
Not completely unscheduled.
It wasn't on our agenda.
I'll have to go back and look at the agenda, but there had been email correspondence back and forth with him. And I know he had even been at the meeting before that meeting. The only other thing I'll say to that is that I think I forwarded everybody, I don't know if it's called an order or what it's called, from Chairman Daniels. And in his memo, it was directed to me and to the commission, and then I think I forwarded it to everybody. And we got the question when we were up there: do you allow members of the public to speak at your meeting? So.
And we're not opposed to the members of the public speaking at our meetings. I would just like it to have an orderly fashion and everybody have the same rule. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I think even at this very moment, if this commission wanted to say, okay, we'll let people speak before the commission, but we'd like to put a time limit of X on it, that'd go a long way
As long as
toward
we
it.
treat everybody the same, that's my point.
Well,
How often does that happen?
not often.
Not often.
But at least it satisfies the legislature.
He actually was on the agenda. He was on the agenda under informal appearance at 9 o'clock.
And when did you put that on there? When you handed it to us that morning? Because it
No.
wasn't on there on Friday when we got it.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to,
So,
we just don't like it.
so if we do have people come to speak for us, how long would you like to allow them to speak unfettered?
I don't know, as long as we treat everybody the same is
Well,
all I'm saying.
Typically 5 minutes.
That's pretty generous.
5
in my
minutes, a
opinion.
long time.
But,
At our planning commission meetings, it's like 2 minutes.
well, you can, it just matter how succinct you want to be.
Well, and then who's going to keep the time?
Depends on if you got oh yeah, there'll be a clock, there'd have to be a clock.
I'll take care of that.
Depends on if you got an auctioneer or a southern girl speaking.
So,
The green light, yellow light, red light thing going on.
yeah, that's going to happen.
All right, so that's all I have.
You're done. You're done.
I'm done.
All right, anything else, staff, before we adjourn this meeting? We're good.
Nope, I don't have
Just
anything.
remember, we're coming to town in February on a Monday. Those of us coming to town, not a Tuesday.
Coming to town.
Coming to town.
Sure, Moffett.
All right.
I am most likely not going to be here.
That's fully understandable.
Is anybody else not going to be here that you know already?
John might not be. It's going to be close. That's why we need to pay
Okay, so
attention.
nobody can get sick.
Yeah. All right, Bobby, any last words?
It's in the west.
Don't think so?
John, anything to say? Nope. Ms. Franks,
Got a lot done today.
you've
Thank
said
you.
a lot today.
I know, I'm sorry.
But you've
But
also.
I'm not sorry.
You showed
She's got the
empathy.
shortest trip, but she.
Yeah, you've shown empathy for those of us who have to drive forever to get back. Right, Joe? Is that what you want to say?
Exactly. Thank you.
Joe has to drive farther. No.
It's probably about the same, because I'd say we're about the same distance off 81.
Any comments, Joe, on the way out of here? All right. Mr. Diaz?
No, sir.
Ms. Torvik?
They don't have
I appreciate you guys getting wound up and participating more and more in it. It's all valuable. We need your comments and thoughts as well. All right, my friends, we are adjourned. See you in early February.
I want to see that.
Thank you.